our dear guests, your safety is our priority. While in your seat, please ensure that you adhere to the safety regulations. This hall has 6 main emergency exits, 2 to your left, 2 to your right, and 2 behind you. Please identify your nearest emergency exit, and in case of any emergency, please remain calm and proceed to the nearest exit. Thank you.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الله نور السماوات والأرض مثل نوره كمشكاة فيها المصباح في زجاجة الزجاجة كأنها كوكب دري يوقد من شجرة مباركة زيتونة لا شرقية ولا غربية يكاد زيتها يضيء ولو لم تمسسه نار نور على نور يهدي الله لنوره من يشاء ويضرب الله الأمثال للناس والله بكل شيء عليم.
Ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, good morning and welcome to the first conference and exhibition on green sustainable future in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Being one of its kind, the conference and its exhibition inaugurate the KFUPM strategy for contributing to future environmental sustainability of our kingdom. To inaugurate the conference, please help me welcome to the stage the man leading the transformation at KFUPM, the patronage of this event, KFUPM President Dr. Mohammed bin Abdul Muhsin Al-Saggaf.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. I'd like to welcome all of our guests from around the globe. I'd like to welcome His Excellency Engineer Fahd Al-Jubair. I'd like to welcome our partners in NEOM, WIQA, Saudi Electricity Company, and Eastern Province Municipality, and others. I'd like to welcome our visitors from outside the kingdom and our visitors from inside the kingdom. Welcome to KFUPM and perhaps also welcome to Saudi Arabia. It's a great pleasure to have you here with us as we plot together a journey for the future, a journey that would ensure economic prosperity for everybody on the planet, but to do it in a responsible manner that ensures sustainability, that protects the environment, that ensures that we don't advance short-term gains at the expense of the detriment of the planet in the long term. and that ensures that future generations, our grandsons and daughters and their grandsons and daughters, don't look back to this generation and curse this generation for destroying their environment for temporary gains within our own lifetimes. This is part of what Saudi Arabia wants to do as part of its Vision 2030, to be a guardian for sustainability and the environment, both inside the kingdom as well as a strong proponent outside the kingdom for this as well. Today's conference is enabled by 3 to 4 years of transformation since the university was spun off from the government and severed every link it has with with supervision from outside the university, and has become a totally independent entity. Within these 3 years, many things were done, not least of which is that we created over 92 new programs. 92 new programs in exciting futuristic fields such as AI and machine learning, cybersecurity and blockchain, hydrogen mobility, quantum computing, and others. And created among those numerous graduate degrees that would enable the conversion of regular practitioners into specialist practitioners, from somebody who is just a civil engineer into an expert in environmental science and engineering, from somebody who is just a mechanical engineer into an expert in nuclear power, and so on. KFUBM has, since its transformation, advocated artificial intelligence and to integrate it within our curricula in a big time. 4 years ago, not now after the ChatGPT, hoopla and craze and everything. 4 years ago, we said every student at KFUBM must first learn AI and then learn their discipline through what we called AI plus X. You first learn AI and then you learn X, which is your discipline. In those 3 or 4 years, we created 20 new research centers. All of these research centers are interdisciplinary because we believe that knowledge can be created only at the intersection of disciplines, and that monodisciplinary, insular thinking and research would quickly saturate and would lead to incremental rather than grand results. And as part of this, we declared to everybody in the university and outside it that for research, the primary intent and drive cannot be selfish. It cannot be publications and citations and ranking and so on. The primary driver has to be making a positive impact on humanity, ensuring that we make an improvement in the human condition by solving grand challenges, whether they are water scarcity or food spoilage and shortage or anything else that would be of benefit, such that research is translated, whether in the short or long term, into a process, an equipment, a material, a chemical, and so on and so forth. And we call this research for humanity. Other things would come when your intent is really pure. KFUBM pays a lot of attention to diversity. Right now, from humble beginnings, we have students from over 66 countries. 66! From as far east as Ecuador and Chile to all the way, from as far west to all the way east to Japan and Korea and Indonesia, China, India, and so on and so forth. We also are very cognizant that you cannot build an economy with half the population, that you need the entire population to be able to have a thriving economy. So this university went in the span of 3 years from a men-only university for 60 years to a university that has the distinction of having the highest intake of females in engineering anywhere in the world. The highest intake of females in engineering anywhere in the world at 50%. The university, through its efforts, was rewarded and recognized, and it is now in the top 60 in all engineering disciplines. We are 46 in chemical engineering and 48 in civil and 57 in mechanical and 60 in electrical and number 4 in petroleum engineering and 9 in mining. And this is something important, but it is not as a result of this being an objective, but rather a byproduct of how we are transforming. And let's talk a little bit about sustainability. And I mentioned that we must plot a path that leads to a greener future from the baseline. For this reason, we started numerous new undergraduate and graduate programs in things like smart and sustainable cities, environmental science and engineering, energy efficiency, climate change adaptation, smart and sustainable buildings, renewable energy and energy storage, and so on and so forth. We also said that it is not enough to have research for humanity, that your objective is noble. It is also important to have research with humanity, that we must extend our tentacles, we must extend our hands and collaborate with the best of breed in developing countries, tackle challenges faced by poorer nations, and find out how KFUBM, through collaborators in those countries, can develop grand solutions to grand challenges. And this is very important, not just research for humanity, but with humanity. This is our journey. Our journey, as I said, is one that would hopefully result in an expansion of the economy and prosperity for the population of Saudi Arabia and the globe, but to do that in a manner that is environmentally responsible, that is sustainable, that will ensure that our generation is not the one that reaps the benefit, but that the benefit has a long tail of extending to future generations. And in the end, I'd like to thank you for coming here, for participating, and I look forward to 2 days of intensive discussion, of debates, perhaps a little bit of controversy. That's always very good in conferences, and that this conference will not only be useful and beneficial to all the participants, and indeed to KFUBM, KSA, and the world, but that it will also be an enjoyable one for all the participants. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President. Behind the organization of this conference, a lot of effort has been undertaken by its organizing committee. I would like to welcome to the stage the conference steering committee chair, the Vice President of Research and Innovation at KFUPM, Dr. Ali Sheikhi, to give brief highlights about the conference and its exhibition.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين، والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين نبينا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. أما بعد, Your Excellency Dr. Mohammed Al-Saggaf, President of KFUBM, Your Excellency Engineer Fahad Al-Jubair, Mayor of the Eastern Province Municipality, esteemed CEOs and heads of national centers and private sectors, distinguished speakers, ladies and gentlemen, very good morning to all of you. I am really honored and delighted to welcome you all to KFUBM on this landmark conference, the first conference and exhibition on green sustainable future in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, which is organized by the Center for Environment and Marine Studies, CEMS, with the support of KFUBM Institute for Knowledge Exchange, GiKS. This conference will stand as a pivotal milestone in our journey towards realizing the strategic objectives set forth in Vision 2030 for a sustainable future. Saudi Arabia has taken up integrated environmental protection, energy transition, and innovative sustainability program to achieve a greener future. KFUBM is also dedicated to exploring and discovering new ways to protect and preserve our natural resources. Allow me to take this opportunity as the Vice President for Research and Innovation at KFUBM to talk a little bit about our center, CEMS, Center for environment and marine study. And for more than 4 decades, the center has been at the forefront supporting the offshore and onshore oil and gas industry and tourism sector by monitoring and conducting numerous environmental impact assessment studies for several iconic projects such as Manifa Causeway, Kaus, Neom, Red Sea, BIF tourism projects. The center has established strategic plan to align with the national mission of protecting 30% of land and sea by 2035 and reducing carbon emission in the kingdom by 30% by 2040. The center developed grand research challenges, including the mapping and ecosystem assessment of 50% of coral reefs and seagrass in the Saudi waters, and terrestrial vegetation mapping and associated biodiversity assessment. Our involvement in AI-based smart monitoring of marine and terrestrial biodiversity is crucial to preserving our natural resources. Also, we are proud with our collaboration with many important institutions and many important national centers, like we have the Saudi Aramco as a strategic partner, the National Center for Environmental Compliance, National Center for Wildlife, the National Center for Vegetation Cover, the Public Investment Fund, and his sector for the tourism. Now, as the chairman of the steering committee of GiKS conference, I am also delighted to mention that there are 23 key speeches, and there are over 700 participants registered in this conference, and more than 40 teams from different universities are competing for scientific posters. Throughout the event, 5 exhibitions will showcase innovation and technology and their initiative for preserving the environment. In these 2 days, we hope to foster cooperation, exchange cutting-edge ideas, and highlight innovative ways to make the kingdom greener and more sustainable under 4 different themes, ranging from how to achieve sustainable development goals in the GCC, the management of the ecosystem of marine and terrestrial, to smart technologies in environment monitoring. At the end, I'd like really to thank all of those who participated in bringing this conference into light, and inshallah for the success of this conference. The director of the center, Dr. Luay Al-Hams, and his team, the university administration, and his always supports Dr. Muhammad Al-Saggaf, the chairman of the board of trustees, His Royal Highness Prince Abdulaziz bin Salman, and the leadership of the Eastern Province, represented in His Royal Highness Prince Saud bin Naif, and also his deputy Prince Saud bin Banda. I'd like to thank you all for attending, and I wish you all a productive and successful conference. Let's build a sustainable future with innovation. Let's dream big and accomplish. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Ali. KFUPM's efforts in the field of green environmental sustainability is not new. Let us learn together about these efforts undertaken by the Applied Research Center for Environment and Marine Studies at KFUPM, and also learn about the future plans.
The beauty of nature and the diversity of the environment are what distinguish the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, making it a focal point for those interested in the field of environmental and natural sciences globally. Indeed, from the Diplotaxis acris flowers in the north to the green tree-covered mountain peaks in the south, and from desert meeting the Gulf in the east to the expanse of the Red Sea with its biological and natural riches in the west, King Fahd University of Petroleum and Minerals has been leading the journey of this science through research and commitment to this vital natural wealth. Since its establishment in 1963, it has achieved the first rank in the Arab world. In its embrace, the Research Institute was established, and the Center for Environment and Marine Studies was founded. carrying the flag for 40 years of preserving the sustainability of environmental diversity in the kingdom. The center consists of 7 groups. The Marine Group. The Marine Group utilizes state-of-the-art research vessels to study ocean circulation, seawater, sediment, and biological features in the Arabian Gulf and the Red Sea. Experts in our labs study primary productivity, assessing biodiversity of plankton and seabed organisms, and unveil the environmental factors influencing biotic communities. Furthermore, we explore sensitive marine habitats like mangroves, which store blue carbon. Additionally, our ecotoxicology lab tests drilling mud to safeguard the environment. The Fisheries Group. The Fisheries Group provides basic and applied research services for assessing the status of fisheries resources within the kingdom. Notable fields include fish population dynamics, sea turtle ecology. The group utilizes satellite and marine drone technologies for fish surveys and structure from motion coral photogrammetry for essential fish habitat assessment. Modeling Group. Preparation for oil spills is important. And here comes our role in facing potential environmental challenges. Through sophisticated modeling, we simulate and plan for potential impacts. The Fourth Industrial Revolution. The Fourth Industrial Revolution focuses on advanced technology for exploring marine environments. Smart mooring buoys collect real-time data on waves, currents, and even underwater sounds, creating a dynamic picture of ocean movement. They also feature high-frequency radars. Environmental Chemistry Group. In our environmental chemistry laboratories, we analyze a wide range of pollutants in different environmental matrices using advanced instruments. We have received accreditation from the National Center for Environmental Compliance, and we are pursuing accreditation from the International Organization for Standardization, ISO. Our labs use laboratory management software to monitor our workflow from receiving the sample to delivering the result. The Sustainability Group. Sustainability is based on 3 main principles that help to preserve the ecosystem around us, represented by the Greenhouse Gas Emissions Management System, which is a tool designed to manage, analyze, and predict emissions data. Artificial Intelligence-based Fish Recognition System. Environmental Analysis using Geographic Information Systems. ESI maps also identify vulnerable coastal resources and priorities prevention against oil spills. Terrestrial Group. The terrestrial environment in the kingdom varies, and as part of our commitment to environmental diversity, we focus on studying the flora and fauna, soil and coastal areas, and caves, as well as studying geoheritage and geotourism. We are using terrestrial laser scanner for the mapping of the cave, and active and passive bat recorders to record the ultrasonic sound. Achievements. Our productive contributions to various environmental projects. The most important projects in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia that have been completed since establishing the center, starting with خفجي, سفانية, زلف, مرجان, حصبة, منيفة, راس الخير, كاران, عربية, بيري, دريق, أبو صفح, راس تنورة, راس أبو قميص, ربع الخالي, عروق بني معارض, ثادق ناشونال بارك, الحميج, مقيق, تروجينا, The Line, سندالة, نيوم باي, Red Sea Global, Petra Rabel, Kaust, Jizan, Offshore Oil Exploration. Forming productive partnerships with relevant authorities is one of our priorities because of its significant impact on preserving the environment. Our effective participation in internal and external conferences enables us to gain and exchange valuable experience, while our contributions to research paper publications significantly support our efforts in sharing knowledge. Providing our scientific support to the students of Master, MX, and Specialization, CX, stands as a significant part of our achievements. Our future plan. To align our plans with the vision of 2030, our goal is to establish a research center at the beach of King Fahd University of Petroleum and Minerals and provide the center with the latest technologies and laboratories in the field of environmental and marine studies to ensure the preservation of the environment and the sustainable use of natural resources. To achieve the center's vision, we strive to reflect our role as a think tank and to be part of knowledge sharing, while serving as custodians for long-term environmental sustainability.
In its journey to reach environmental sustainability, our kingdom is not alone and is sharing the mission with its neighbors. It is our pleasure to welcome to the stage the Eastern Province Municipality Mayor, His Excellency Engineer Fahd Al-Jubair, to give us an insight into the strategy to achieve environmental sustainability in the GCC countries.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والصلاة والسلام على أشرف المرسلين سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. Good morning, everyone. Honored to be here just to talk for a few minutes regarding the strategy of achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. And as you know, United Nations appointed 17 goals. And also, I will go deep dive on goal number 11, which is relevant to the conference and also to the municipality. As you see the goal, and I think I should go just faster, and if you can find this presentation, I think it will be distributed. The goals is no poverty and zero hunger and good health, and also the quality education, gender equality, and clean water and sanitation, affordable and clean energy, decent work and economic growth, industry and innovation, reduce inequalities, sustainable city and communities, responsible consumption and production, climate action, life below water, life on land, and peace and partnership for the goals. For quality of life program is essential to achieve SDG 11, which is the Sustainable Development Goal number 11, Sustainable Cities. As you know, the quality of life, one of the vision realization program of Saudi Arabia ambition, Vision 2030 initiatives has two major dimensions, livability and lifestyle. the Eastern Province, and for sure all over the kingdom, vision to execute the strategy to help enhance quality of life in focused under 4 environments: natural and built, social, and cultural, described in the diagram. Which is, first of all, the natural environment related to natural reserves and sustainable development and environment assessment. In built environment, residential landscape, which is very high related to the municipality, water management, urban design. For social environment, recreational facilities and parks, gardens, landscape. In cultural and historical environment, museum, exhibitions, and tourist attraction. For urban green space in the sustainable cities, why it is important, it was mentioned here. The United Nations under their urban agenda aims to create a comprehensive, protected, reliable, and sustainable urban settlement, city planning, the quality of public and open spaces, as you know, including urban green space, gardens, and social economic. This can't be achieved without effective maintenance of urban green spaces and other public amenities and facilities. The more impact of urban green spaces on health and well-being and thereby quality of life is depicted in the diagram below, which is, first of all, as green space. Sorry, when I move the microphone, my voice is a little bit comes lower. That's why I have to keep on the, very close. The green space attributes the availability and accessibility, which is more related to location, distance, size, quantity, quality, and security. Also, aesthetic and related to landscape and quality perception, amenities, infrastructure, and services, and management, frequencies, and pesticides and watering. For green spaces impact, use the function, active mobility, food production, gardening, and physical activity, sport, relaxation, and leisure and social exchange. Landscape infrastructure features impact on land price and rent levels, modification of living environment, and residential quality. For the environment regulation, biodiversity support and carbon storage and pollution regulation, soil protection, temperature regulation, and also water regulation. For the pathway to health, which is individual status, it is actually affect the healthy lifestyle, immune system, and also the mental state and physical fitness. For the physical environment, air quality, climate change, adaptation, and diverse natural microorganisms, and also the antigens. The neighborhood quality, and also noise, temperature, traffic emission, and also water quality. For the social environment, we have to take care of living expenses, safety issue, and social cohesion, meaningful interaction, and good community behavior. for the health status and well-being, we have to consider the physical health, allergies, cardiovascular effect and injury, and mortality rates, obesity, pregnancy outcomes, and vector-borne diseases. Also, in mental health, we shall consider the congestive function, depression, psychological well-being, and stress. For social well-being, isolation, life satisfaction, quality of life. For the health inequity, the difference due to the social condition in which people born, grow, live, work, age difference due to the geographic factor, climate, and ocean, etc. To also go or deep dive on the SDG 11, which is the Sustainable Development Goal number 11, which is related to the sustainable city and communities, cover a border dimension and require strategies to act on multiple aspects. The first one is provision of affordable housing and basic services. Second one is in enabling increased urban green, open public spaces. The third one, maintaining acceptable urban air quality and improve waste management. Number 4, which is preserving cultural natural heritage. Fifth, long-term planning to drive sustainable, resilient, smart urban infrastructure. The sixth one is implementing robust disaster and risk management policy. For the also to just go for the provision of affordable housing, which is the basic services. As you know, a large portion of Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, oil and gas industry in Eastern Province. And also this is for all Saudi Arabia, and it experienced growing demand for affordable housing, which we noticed that the last 30 years, which is the growing is more than the average in worldwide, and also the government consider that and other stakeholders implementing various strategies to address this need and demand. As a statistic of this strategy and also the main strategy for this one is 80% of cities worldwide lack affordable housing option for the majority of their population. And this is from World Green Building Council. In many countries, cost of housing is more than 30% of income. The internationally recognized threshold for affordable, this is from UN Habitat. 2 billion homes need to be built over the next 75 years to meet global demand, translating to 96,000 new affordable homes every day. As a strategy, public-private partnership, which is we are going to go faster to have a lot of houses per year, and thank God now the Ministry of Municipal and Housing can achieve the target, and also we are looking for better rate and better achievement. A housing fund subsidized, standardizing housing plans and design, also supporting mortgage markets, development of new urban centers, and with dedicated house enclave. The second one, enabling increased urban green, open public space, which is also related to, sharing with other stakeholders this responsibility. And we are now the region with mostly hot, as you know, in Saudi Arabia. We have challenge weather, and that's mean we work harder. And actually, there is a good research regarding these items. Arid climate face unique challenges in creating, ensuring, enabling urban green, open spaces. However, thoughtful strategies help to achieve considerable progress in this area. As a statistic, an average European cities has 26.7 square meter of green spaces per capita or per person, while the average African city has only 4.1 square meter per habitat. The world's greenest city in Vancouver, Canada, with over 500 square meter of a green space per person. The number of cities with more than 1 million people is expected to double by 2050, making the need of a green space even greater. And as a strategy, incorporating green, open public spaces in cities, region master plans, and also guiding framework to emphasize the green public space in urban agenda. Third, explore, encourage innovative design featuring native plants and water-efficient technologies, integrating smaller green space into neighborhood. And also, I think important to utilize the treatment water to use it for irrigation. Maintaining acceptable urban air quality and improved waste management. As a statistic, according to the World Health Organization, 99% of the world's urban population breathes air exceeding safe limits, which is, 2.5 particles matters, not exceeding 5 micrometer per cubic meter annually. Sorry, microgram per cubic meter annually. And also the most harmful pollution. Also, despite concerning data, several cities have achieved significant air quality improvement, including Beijing and in China, which was seen 50% reduction in this pollution level. Since 2013, only 43% of global waste is collected and managed safely, while the remaining is still they are using the dump site or landfill. The strategy for that, implementing stricter regulation and standard for industrial emission. Second, emission testing for vehicle and encourage shift towards electrical and hybrid vehicles. Promoting waste reduction, recycling, encourage and explore waste to energy initiatives. Establishing network of air quality monitoring stations to provide real-time data for improved decisions. The fourth one is preserving cultural and natural heritage. UNESCO estimated that only 0.7% of international development assistance is directed toward culture, highlighting the need for increased funding for heritage preservation. According to the UNESCO Institute of Statistics, the average public expenditure on heritage per capita is estimated at around $20 per year. The private investment in heritage preservation is also growing with initiatives like cultural tourism, heritage-based business. For the strategy, a strong framework, guidelines like protected area regulation and heritage site of designation helps regulate the development and prioritize the conservation, involving local communities through awareness program, education initiatives, and traditional knowledge integration help in promoting conservation sustainable practice. Restoration and rehabilitation initiatives can bring in a new life to a number of cultural treasure. The fifth one, long-term planning to drive sustainable, resilient, smart urban infrastructure. Sustainability-focused infrastructure investment is projected to reach 6.9 trillion per year by 2030, representing 46% of global infrastructure investment. More than 80 countries have adopted long-term infrastructure plan, and this is from World Bank 2021. These long-term plans prioritize the sustainability, resilience, and smart technology, with a focus of climate change, adaptation, disaster risk reduction, and digital connectivity. The strategy for that, aligning to Vision 2030, that provide the strategic framework for the infrastructure development with a focus on the sustainability and diversification and the technology integration is crucial for the regional development. Prioritize the implementation of smart technologies like artificial intelligence and so and so. Cybersecurity measures for critical infrastructure system, building adaptable energy efficient infrastructure, design and material to the cater to unforeseen situation and challenges. The last one, which is implementing robust disaster risk management policies. The World Meteorological Organization estimated that only 67% of countries have multi-hazard early warning system reaching people at risk. Globally, 89% of countries have established dedicated national agencies for disaster management. A global expenditure on disaster risk reduction is still far below estimated need, with a funding gap of more than $50 billion per year. The strategy for that extensive data collection and analysis to identify risk, mapping, and vulnerability assessment, adopting international framework to reduce disaster risk, conduct risk assessment, operationalize disaster preparedness and resilient infrastructure, extensive multi-stakeholder collaboration, effective public awareness campaign, technology enablement and integration to enhance preparedness and responsiveness. And that's just, sorry, we are going faster because we have a limited time. Thank you for all, with my pleasure.
Thank you, Your Excellency. At KFUPM, we firmly believe that partnership is a crucial element to achieve our ambitious goals. Therefore, we would like to thank all of our partners who have been collaborating with us and supporting us in our endeavors, including this conference. Special thanks to our platinum sponsors, the National Center for Prevention and Control of Plants, Pests, and Animal Diseases, known as GiKS Center, as well as Neom Company, who both had a valuable contribution to make this event a success. Let me first welcome to the stage Dr. Mohammed Al-Khreji, head of the phytosanitary sector at GiKS Center, to give his sponsor welcome speech.
سعد الله صباحكم بكل خير. صاحب المعالي رئيس جامعة الملك فهد للبترول والمعادن، صاحب المعالي أمين المنطقة الشرقية، أصحاب السعادة والحضور الكريم، يسعدني ونيابة عن الرئيس التنفيذي للمركز الوطني للوقاية من الآفات النباتية والأمراض الحيوانية ومكافحتها وقاء، وجميع منسوبي المركز المشاركة في هذا المؤتمر الأول المستقبل الأخضر المستدام 2024، وتجسيداً لرؤية المملكة العربية السعودية 2030 والمبادرة السعودية الخضراء التي أطلقها صاحب السمو الملكي الأمير محمد بن سلمان بن عبد العزيز ولي العهد ورئيس مجلس الوزراء، بهدف تفعيل كافة فئات المجتمع لتحقيق رؤية الوطن الطموح والهادفة في مجملها إلى تحقيق تنمية مستدامة وشاملة واقتصاد مزدهر، حيث يعد الغطاء النباتي الكثيف والمتنوع من السمات التي تتميز بها المملكة العربية السعودية، وأحد عوامل الجذب السياحي، والذي يساهم بشكل كبير في عجلة التنمية الاقتصادية التي تتبناها المملكة في مشاريعها الحالية والمستقبلية في مختلف المجالات السياحية والترفيهية والفعاليات الأخرى. وقد ساهم التنوع الجغرافي في مختلف مناطق المملكة في تنوع الغطاء النباتي الطبيعي الذي يحتوي العديد من الأنواع النباتية المتوطنة والنادرة، وبالتالي فهي قبلة للسائحين والباحثين والهواة والمهتمين بالطبيعة والتنوع النباتي. من ناحية أخرى، تعمل وزارة البيئة والمياه والزراعة والمراكز التابعة لها وفي مقدمتها مركز وقاء على ترسيخ مفاهيم التنمية المستدامة في جميع إداراتها وشؤونها، وتعتبر اهتمامها المتجدد بالتنمية المستدامة واحد من أهم أهداف مبادراتها الأساسية، التي تسعى إلى استغلال الموارد الطبيعية والمتجددة بطريقة لا تؤدي إلى فنائها أو تدهورها أو تناقص جدواها للأجيال القادمة، مع المحافظة على رصيد ثابت من الموارد الطبيعية يتم استغلالها بإدارة رشيدة وطرق فعالة وآمنة. وقد شهد القطاع الزراعي خلال الخطط المتعاقبة إعادة هيكلة جذرية تهدف إلى وضع القطاع على مسار التنمية المستدامة باعتباره أمناً غذائياً ومورداً اقتصادياً. وللحفاظ على هذا القطاع الحيوي الهام من الآفات، يقوم مركز وقاء بتنفيذ عدة برامج بخطوات مرسومة نحو حماية الإنتاج النباتي بشقيه النباتي والحيواني من الضغوط البيئية المتمثلة في انتشار الآفات الحشرية ونواقل الأمراض، من خلال تنفيذ استراتيجيات متكاملة للسيطرة عليها بمنهجية علمية وتقنية بأقل ضرر على البيئة. وأهم هذه الإجراءات عمل الدراسات المسحية لتحديد أنواع الحشرات وتشخيص الأمراض النباتية، كذلك نواقل الأمراض الحيوان ونواقل الأمراض المتناقلة بين الإنسان والحيوان بدقة، وتتابع خطوات حثيثة وجادة للسيطرة عليها بالطرق التقنيات المناسبة، من خلال برامج إدارة متكاملة لضمان تقليل الاعتماد على المبيدات الكيميائية وتعزيز استدامة الزراعة وحماية البيئة والصحة العامة، مع الاستمرار في تطورها دعماً لأنظمة الزراعة والإنتاج العضوي وسعودي جاب وجلوبال جاب. كما يقوم المركز بتنفيذ العديد من ورش العمل الإرشادية مع المهتمين بالصحة النباتية والحيوانية، حيث تهدف
هذه الورش إلى رفع المشاركة المجتمعية واكتساب العاملين من الجهات المعنية بالسيطرة على هذه الآفات بالمهام والمعارف التي تمكنهم من تنفيذ مهامهم بمهنية عالية وقياس أداء وفق معايير معتمدة دوليا. الجدير بالذكر أن من أبرز أهداف مركز وقاء هو التركيز على استراتيجية واضحة المعالم في برامج معتمدة لزيادة الإنتاج النباتي وخلق الشراكات الحقيقية مع الجهات الحكومية ذات العلاقة وشركات القطاع الخاص، وتفعيل المسوحات الحقلية والمشاريع البحثية الهادفة لنقل وتوطين التقنيات الحديثة لتحسين الأداء في القطاع الزراعي بشقيه النباتي والحيواني لتحقيق المستقبل الأخضر المستدام بإذن الله تعالى. في الختام أتقدم بالشكر الجزيل للزملاء القائمين على هذا المؤتمر وللسادة الحضور، وأتمنى المؤتمر النجاح والخروج بتوصيات مقترحة لتحقيق تنمية مستدامة شاملة واقتصاد مزهر. شكرا جزيلا.
Now, let us welcome to the floor Dr. Richard Bush, the Chief Environment Officer at NEOM, to give his welcome speech.
Assalamu alaikum. Good morning. It's terrific to be here today. It's actually a great honour for NEOM to be invited to sponsor such a wonderful conference. Firstly, to Your Excellencies, esteemed leaders, colleagues, students, and also to my NEOM staff who are participating and speaking in the conference. I wish us all a wonderful opportunity to get to know each other, learn, exchange ideas, and forge new friendships that can lead to productive opportunities for innovation and development in the future. I thought the presentations this morning were terrific in highlighting the challenges we face. Sustainability is not just the right thing to do, but we know that in the future it's going to be one of the foundations, already is, the foundation for the new economy. The Saudi 2030 vision is built about building a diversified, strong economy, positioning Saudi Arabia in the world community so it can have a positive and influential impact for the benefit of all. NEOM is a very special project. Many of you may have learned a little bit about NEOM from the internet. It's actually globally known. NEOM, I come from Australia and people are teaching me about NEOM. In my role, I'm responsible for the mission of creating the world's first and most sustainable city. Our Crown Prince and our Chairman has challenged NEOM to be both the most sustainable and the most livable city in the future. And it's a project where it's, the old saying goes, we're building the plane as we fly. The solutions, the technologies, many of the things that we're hoping to achieve are yet to be discovered, yet alone deployed. And it's students in this room that I'm sure in the decade to come will be leading on a number of these initiatives that this new world city, this futuristic city, seeks to achieve. Why are we doing it? I thought it was very interesting looking at the global demand for housing, and there's a couple of simple facts. In fact, if I take it back one step further, people say to me, NEOM seems impossible. Will it be achievable? Can you actually build a city for 9 million people in a couple of decades and make it all work in one building, fully integrated? Well, that as hard as it is not, firstly, cannot be impossible, because by the end of this century, we know very well that we have to accommodate an additional 3.7, 3.8 billion people. That's the equivalent of building 400 NEOMs by the end of this century. And we have to work out a way in which we can build these cities sustainably so we don't destroy the planet in the process. This is the challenge. Humanity is aware that we're not sustainable. If you take the example of climate change alone, the US EPA did an amazing study with the World Economic Forum that quantified that almost 50 to 60% of the technologies and innovations that will be required to meet our global target of net zero carbon emissions by 2050 or 2060 are yet to be discovered. Most of them are not even conceived. So it's esteemed institutions like this institution who will play a very important function for the benefit and the security of humanity into the future, starting today. So NEOM is a proud sponsor. We're very much going to be beneficiaries of the outcome of this conference and future participants in the creation of innovation, technology, research, and all of the good things that we strive to do as professionals, as academics, through this shared interest in sustainability. So I'm not going to say too much more than other than on a personal level. As a long-standing and serving academic, it is wonderful to be back at a university. I will enjoy the presentations, as will my colleagues. We look forward to meeting and greeting with people from across this forum through the course of this next 2 days. Please come and speak to us. NEOM is in business for innovation, research, collaboration. We are charged with the responsibility to demonstrate and bring to practice the innovation that can be created at the grassroots of universities globally. And we are hungry to be leaders in this space. So with that, I thank the organisers of this important conference and wish us all great success over the coming 2 days.
Thank you again to our valuable sponsors. To show our appreciation to our strategic partners, I would like to invite to the stage our patronage, KFUPM President Dr. Mohammed Al-Saggaf, to honor and reward those strategic partners. Partner is the Eastern Province Municipality, led by His Excellency Engineer Fahad Al-Jubair. Center. Platinum sponsor. Water and Agriculture. environment compliance. National Center for Vegetarian Cover Development and Combating Desertification. Mina 3D Company. GCC Labs. Saudi Aramco. The rig. The rig. Sail. Now, I would like to ask our, okay. So we will have a group photo. Now it's time to take a group photo with the audience. So I would like to ask our dear President to stand with everyone. So if everyone can stand up and get closer. Please get closer to each other. Now, if I may ask our dear patronage and the accompanying guests to exhibition tour. You have a tour, if you don't mind.
My name is Joydas Tadikal. I'm a research scientist 1 in the Center for Environment and Marine Studies. With your kind permission, I will moderate the first session of this conference. This session is Strategies for Achieving Sustainable Development Goals in GCC. The talks and discussions in this session will revolve around key topics such as environmental conservation and compliance, climate change and climate change adaptation, sustainable infrastructure development, and preservation of natural resources within Nexus framework. All our speakers have been contributing to these areas significantly at regional and global levels. We have 4 talks in this session. First is a keynote speech by Professor Benjamin P. Horton. Professor Benjamin Horton is the director of the Earth Observatory of Singapore and a professor in earth science at the Asian School of Environment in Nanyang Technological University, NTU. He has been appointed the AXA Nanyang Professor in Natural Hazards. Professor Horton's research concerns sea level change with the aim of understanding and integrating the external and internal mechanisms that have determined sea level changes in the past and which will shape such changes in the future. His research impacts upon important ecological, ethical, social, economic, and political problems specifically facing coastal regions. Professor Horton has published over 250 articles in peer-reviewed journals, including 40 articles in high-profile journals such as Science, Nature, and Proceedings in the National Academy of Sciences. He has over 17,000 citations. Professor Horton has won several awards in his career. In 2019, he was appointed the President's Chair in Earth Sciences at NTU for outstanding achievement. Professor Horton actively contributed to the COP26 conference. He led the COP26 report on managing disaster risks from natural hazards in ASEAN. With a short bio sketch, let me invite Professor Horton to deliver the speech. Professor Horton, floor is yours.
Good morning, everybody. That's better, isn't it? Hey? First of all, I'd like to say how honored I am here to be here today. I'd like to thank everyone for the very, very warm welcome I've had on my first trip to Saudi Arabia. This is my first time in your great country. I've worked in the Middle East previously. I worked in Kuwait and I worked in Iran. I've been here on holiday. I had the unfortunate experience to watch England be knocked out of the World Cup in Qatar last year. But it really is an honor here, and I want to give a talk today that is going to be split into 3 parts. First of all, I'm going to introduce you to a little bit about the Earth Observatory of Singapore, for which I have the great honor to be a director. We're then going to move into the climate emergency, and that's really the reason why you've set up this first conference on sustainability, where you're trying to look at technological solutions to the biggest threat that mankind has ever faced, and that's climate change. And then finally, I'm going to show, I think for the first time anywhere, some new sea level projections for the Arabian Gulf and the Red Sea. So in that case, we've done some unique modeling where we bring together the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, for which I was a review editor, and also the UK Met Office. So this slide, the climate emergency, it's got a photo behind you. This time last year, I was in Antarctica. Antarctica, an ice sheet that is the biggest threat to every single human being on planet Earth. Now, alongside me, and this gives you an indication of what the Earth Observatory of Singapore is all about, and that's breaking glass ceilings. Alongside me is a Singaporean, Fang Yi Tan. She was the first Singaporean to ever set foot on Antarctica as a scientist. Something that nation would never have thought about 60 or so years ago, that it would be on the forefront of scientific exploration. So I'm the director of the Earth Observatory of Singapore. We are known as a research centre of excellence. There are 7 of them in Singapore, and they're all areas of knowledge gaps for the country and the region. We were set up some 15 or so years ago to conduct fundamental research on earthquakes, volcanoes, and tsunamis in the aftermath of the horrendous 2004 Indian Ocean tsunami. And as the country evolved, they moved towards the climate threats. I was hired as a director around 4 years or so ago because of my interest in sea level rise. Singapore is obviously an island nation. About a third of its land area is less than 1 metre above the highest tides. So the Earth Observatory of Singapore, we're quite a large unit. We have around 90 postdoctoral scientists. We have around a similar number of PhD scientists. And those postdocs and graduate students, about 150, 180 in total, are supervised by around 30 professors. And we work in this region. I would say that this region is the most hazardous region on planet Earth. Areas shown in red here are the active tectonics. 3 of the largest earthquakes ever recorded were in this region. In the yellow triangles ringing Singapore are the active volcanoes. There are some 900 active volcanoes in Southeast Asia, including the 2 largest eruptions of the last 1,000 years, Krakatoa and Tambora. In the black lines we have tropical cyclones. This region has the most intense and the most frequent Cat 3, Cat 4, and Cat 5 tropical cyclones. The 2 largest ever tropical cyclones to ever make landfall were in this region. Typhoon Tip in 1979 and Typhoon Haiyan in 2013. And then sea level rise. There's a threat to Singapore, but there's a threat to the region because it's highly populated and it's low-lying, very, very vulnerable. Of the supposed 1 billion people that are going to be impacted by climate change through sea level rise, about 60% are on that map. So what I was brought in to try and lead a new generation of sea level reconstructions for the region. And I'm going to talk a little bit about that towards the end of my talk. But first of all, and really to give you the flavor of why you're holding this 2-day meeting on sustainability, let's talk about this climate emergency for a few minutes. This graphic shows time along the x-axis, running from the pre-industrial to the present, and it shows our changes in temperature. Each one of those dots is the monthly average for the globe. We can see that temperature was relatively stable from the 1850s to 1920, and then it started to rise. And then we have 2023. 2023, where temperatures were just off the charts. June was the warmest month since records began. June, July, and August were the warmest 3 months since records began. 2023 was the warmest since records began, and were probably the warmest for 120,000 years. And we know why that the cause is. You do not need to be a rocket scientist that you know it's the combination of human-induced climate change combining with natural variability associated with the El Niño Southern Oscillation. In around June last year, June 2023, we went from a normal state in the El Niño to the positive phase. This graphic just looks at the evolution of temperatures on a daily basis. In the grey lines are annual records from the 1940s to 2022, and then we have 2023. The shaded area is the difference between the temperature on that individual day in 2023 than the warmest day that had ever occurred on planet Earth. And you can see from about May time, every single day was the warmest day ever recorded on planet Earth, except for a few days at the end of November and the beginning of December. So they were the global averages. What about spatially? How do our temperatures look spatially? So here we're looking at the period from January to December in 2023 against what it looked like from 1900 to 1930. The difference in the temperatures as an average for the globe is 1.46 degrees C centigrade, and then spatially we see the differences. We see huge areas of the Middle East, Asia, Europe, Canada, the Amazon, recording temperatures that are 2 to 4 degrees C above the highest values. And hotspots occurring in the Arctic Circle. I always think it's interesting that the region on the planet that we need to understand the most, because it controls our planet, is Antarctica. And it's shaded in grey because we simply don't have the data. We don't have the data to know whether the temperatures we're recording today are significantly or just gradually warmer than the long-term presents. This graphic. As a climate scientist, this graphic is the graphic of my nightmares. So, I would say about 10 to 15 years or so ago, I worked in the US for many years, and I was tasked as part of a team for the US National Science Foundation to find out what the tipping points are in global mean temperature, beyond which the Greenland and the Antarctic ice sheet will start to collapse. And once you go beyond those tipping points, there's no antidote, there's no vaccine. The thing just collapses. There's nothing you can do about it. So we spent many years looking at these problems, modeling, observations, looking at reconstructions of the geological past, and we came up with the threshold of 1.5 degrees C above pre-industrial. We stated that. That was one of my science papers that I wrote in 2015, and then that was used in the Paris Agreement, a policy benchmark agreement to limit our temperatures to 1.5 degrees C. The policies were great. The actions, well, we all know what the actions were. Big fat zero. And look what happens to our temperatures. In June 2023, we crossed that threshold for the first time. The difference between your temperatures in 2023 and the temperatures in 1940 were beyond that threshold. Maybe we have some security in our oceans. No, we don't. These are looking at the energy contained within our oceans. We are a blue planet, so what happens in our oceans will influence everybody. Our oceans remove some of the seasonal variability, and we can just see the temperatures in our oceans just increasing year upon year. In the areas where we have the best measurements, which are in the North Atlantic, the warming of our temperatures is quite simply staggering. Look at that graph. So we have days of the year. We're running from looking at annual days of the year in our oceans, and then we have 2023. In March, it started to get beyond any temperature that we'd ever seen in the North Atlantic, and not just by a little bit. It shattered those records. And look where we are in 2024. 2024 will, I've written some articles. I'm a professor, so I have a little bit of leeway to speak my mind. And so I've written some papers about 2023 going to shatter all records, and unfortunately, I was right. And I would say that 2024, the disasters that we saw in 2023, they're going to be nothing compared to the disasters we see on planet Earth in 2024. Now, what causes this? Well, I spent a lot of time in the United States. I was there for 15 years. And I always found it quite difficult to really comprehend why we were having a debate about climate change. We knew the impact of greenhouse gases since the 1850s, experiments that took place by the US Meteorological Society identified that carbon dioxide was a warming gas. We then had German meteorologists who looked at what would happen if you doubled the amount of carbon dioxide in our atmosphere. Those first calculations were done in 1906. If we think about the US in general, NASA, its governmental organization with the head of the NASA team, James Hansen, said that if we don't do something about carbon dioxide, it will be an existential threat to planet Earth. So on this graphic, we've got temperatures in the bar graphs, and you've got carbon dioxide concentrations on planet Earth. They run from around 280 parts per million in the pre-industrial. That's the maximum they have been for around 800,000 years. The values we get at around 420 parts per million by volume are approximate to the values you get 2.8 million years ago. I mean, we are living in an incredibly unusual time. So despite all of those warnings, we have the warmest day since records began was in June the 6th. It was then beaten on June the 7th and June the 8th. We have the warmest month, the warmest 3 months, the warmest year. We have the maximum amount of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere, and we also produce the most amount of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere in 2023. We had the maximum amount of methane, and because of subsidies for fossil fuels, it was cheaper to emit carbon dioxide in 2023 than any other year since records began. We also cut down or burnt more trees in 2023. So we're not doing very well, are we? And if you want to look at one figure that really should scare the living daylights out of you, it's the energy imbalance on planet Earth today. So this graphic, this is a really cool paper by Sarah Shackleton that was in Nature about 3 or 4 months ago. It looks at the the global energy balance going back 150,000 years. The Earth should be in balance. If you're not in balance, the tropics get too warm for you to live, and the poles get too cold. So we have been in balance with some blips along the way because of solar variability, large volcanic emissions. And then you run into the era of human-induced climate change. And look where we are. That is a colossal amount of energy. So maybe I should ask you guys where you think we're headed. Okay? So this graphic here in the red shows the carbon dioxide concentrations, removing any seasonal variability. We then have projections into the future. So when I represented the IPCC, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, we use these what are called Shared Socio-Economic Pathways, SSPs. Okay, and I'm showing 2 of them. The SSP2, which is middle of the road, and SSP5, which is what we've been on for the past 30 years since climate models were first developed for the globe. We then run our global temperatures. So if I asked you as a thought experiment to draw where temperatures are going to go, knowing that we cannot, the scientific community says we cannot go above 1.5 degrees C. Where are we going? I'll leave that up to you. But when we did our modeling for the IPCC, we had the following temperature bands, where even at the middle of the road, which was what was agreed at COP26 and ratified in 27 and 28, you're looking at around a 2.8 degrees C temperature rise. And if you carry on as business as usual, you're looking at 5 or so degrees C. We're shattering that threshold that the science community said you don't want to cross. Just to give you some sort of information about SSP5s, there are 5 of them, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, and they're just pathways for the world. And so the Paris Agreement wanted us to be at SSP1, sustainability, the topic of this conference. That's why it's so crucial that we're sustainable, because we keep ourselves below that 1.5 degrees C threshold. SSP2, that was what was agreed upon at COP26, 27, and 28. That's absolutely fantastic that we'd agreed some progress, but it's based around fictitious technologies on carbon capture and storage at scale, and it's simply not good enough. You know, I've studied climate change for 25 years. If you knew what I knew, you'd be very scared about what planet Earth can do. Regional rivalry, SSP3s. What are we in right now if you open the news? Regional rivalries. Inequality. One of the excellent talks I heard this morning was about inequality on planet Earth. And fossil fuel development. We're perhaps in one of the countries where we can really tackle whether we're really going to exploit petroleum, or we're going to try and maintain a significant proportion of this in the ground. Because if you go beyond 1.5 degrees C, these are the tipping points that you face. Some of these tipping points I've directly worked on. I worked on West Antarctica and the Greenland ice sheet. I've spent about 25 years of my life trying to look at the tipping points of blue carbon, mangroves and salt marshes that we like to think about are this golden ticket of investing in because they store carbon. So you've got a person here who actually worked on these problems rather than just throwing around the term tipping point. Each one of these, just pick one of them, coral reefs. If you go beyond 1.5 degrees C, 99% of corals go extinct. That's a scientific fact. There's no debate. You know, corals don't have a conscience. It doesn't matter what you say to them. If you go beyond the 1.5 degrees C, the oceans are too warm and they bleach. The same with an ice sheet. An ice sheet doesn't have a conscience. It doesn't matter what religion you are, what political persuasion you are, your age, your gender, your demographics. It will just melt. It obeys the laws of physics, not what you want to happen. You know, giving these talks is really, I'm quite passionate about climate change, primarily, and this is another photo of Antarctica. So when I went to Antarctica, it's one of those things that you can do as you get a little bit older. So I went to Antarctica in my 20s, and I revisited the same location 25 years later, and I was scared out of my life because it had changed so dramatically. And so I've come back from Antarctica with a renewed sense of passion that, particularly in the emerging technologies, the emerging countries such as Saudi Arabia, such as Singapore, that's why I moved to Singapore. I moved to Singapore to try and push the needle because we desperately need these changes. So I'm just going to talk very briefly in the next 10 minutes about one topic I've studied a lot of, which is sea level rise, and show you that it's quite a complicated science, but we live in such a fortunate time. I can tell for different areas of Saudi Arabia what the sea level will be at decadal intervals, with us an associated uncertainty from 2020 all the way now to 2,300. So you have the data available to plan sustainable. So when we think about sea level rise, the key is there are global, regional, and local processes. At the global scale, there are 2 of them that drive it, a mass and a volume issue. So a mass, we have these 2 large ice sheets, Greenland and Antarctica. That's how much sea level rise they can call. if they completely melt. So Antarctica, if you melt all of Antarctica, it's about 4 kilometers thick. It causes sea level to rise 60 meters. So you've got a mass problem. You increase atmosphere and ocean temperatures, the mass changes from ice into water in our ocean basins. On the left-hand side is the volume issue. If you warm up ocean water, the molecules occupy a greater space and sea level rises. And unfortunately, when we think about those 2 large ice sheets, they are losing mass. It's not a surprise. I mean, no one here should be shocked about that. You're increasing atmosphere temperatures, you're increasing ocean temperatures, and the ice sheets are melting. Greenland now, virtually all of Greenland, apart from the high elevation areas in the north and the central, is melting in the summer. But it's not catastrophic yet, because in the wintertime it slightly regrows. Antarctica, the big hot spot here is on the West Antarctica. This is where I went, which is known as the Doomsday Glacier. So on the western side near the Amundsen Sea, it's a glacier that if it was to melt itself, it would raise global temperatures about 50 centimeters, but it basically holds back a huge area of West Antarctica. If the Doomsday Glacier goes, then the whole of the Amundsen Sea melts, and that's a 2 to 3 meter sea level rise. Then we move on to regional problems. So sea levels in the Middle East are going to be different than sea levels in Southeast Asia, than in Northwestern Europe or South America, and that's due to these 2 processes. On the left-hand side is a process known as glacial-isostatic adjustments. Really what I did my career on is that 20,000 years ago, there were these massive ice sheets in the northern hemisphere, and they depressed the Earth. When those ice sheets melted, the Earth rebounded in a very, very slow but significant process. Conversely, at the margins of the ice sheet, New York, for example, was at the margins, London was at the margins of the Northwest European or the North American ice sheet. It was elevated 20,000 years ago and had been subsiding. This one, when I first learned this process, slightly blew my mind in the fact that sea level rise from the melting ice sheets of Greenland and Antarctica has a spatial fingerprint. If Greenland loses mass, sea level falls around the Arctic Circle. If Antarctica loses mass, sea level falls on the southern tip of South America, because these ice sheets are so big that when they're at their maximum, let's say today, the water is pulled towards it by gravitational forces. If that ice sheet disintegrates, the water rushes out into the southern oceans, for the example of Greenland, or the northern oceans, for the example of Antarctica. And then you need to think about local problems. So I was hired in Singapore to have a look at local issues in Southeast Asia. Groundwater withdrawal for commercial, industrial, and agricultural use. Huge problem in Jakarta, Manila, Bangkok, Ho Chi Minh City. So Jakarta, global average sea levels around 4 millimeters per year. Jakarta's running at around 10 centimeters per year right now because it's withdrawing all the groundwater. Tectonics. Southeast Asia has all those tectonics. Land can sink, land can uplift, both during and between earthquakes. And then we have our understanding of atmosphere-ocean dynamics. So what about looking at Saudi Arabia and the Middle East? So I thought what I would try and do, which has not really been done before. So these results are new. Is where I've taken the best model in the world from the IPCC, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, and also taken the other globally used model, which is from the UK Met Office. So we're going to look at projections into the future from the IPCC, which are able to provide local projections. For the Met Office, we can't do them within the Arabian Gulf and the Red Sea. We can do them at the mouths of those. So all my slides are freely available. I mean, I've given them to the organizers, so you can look at these values, and the aim of this is to write a paper with my colleagues here in Saudi Arabia. So here are the projections. So RCP, that's what the Met Office used, same as an SSP. So SSP2, SSP1 on the left-hand side, SSP2 and SSP5. And then we've got projections for the Red Sea and the Arabian Gulf from the IPCC and the Met Office. I've shown in this table 2,150 and 2,300. You show the mean and you show the likely range. That's the IPCC terminology, basically one standard deviation. So you can see the significant difference between emission scenarios. So if you keep to a sustainable future, by 2150, you're looking at around 60 centimeters of rise. Conversely, if you continue as we do on fossil fuels, you're looking at around a doubling of that. When you get round to 2300, if we look at the upper end, we're looking at around a 5-meter sea level rise. We can present this graphically. So what we have here is years going from 2050 to 2300. We have the Met Office, its global average. You can see that Saudi Arabia really sits on the global average. And then you've got the local from the IPCC and the local from the Met Office. What are the three things that you take away from that? Number one, sea level will rise. So you have to adapt. There's no... we've set those wheels in motion now because carbon dioxide is a cumulative gas, sits in the atmosphere, it's instigated warming in the ocean, it's instigated melting of your ice sheets. So you do need to adapt. And that's, for example, one of my roles in Singapore is dealing with the public utility boards and saying, well, you do need to adapt. Sea level is not going to go down. It's only going to continue to rise. The second take-home message is out to about 2050, 2070. It doesn't matter what emission scenario you're on. They're about the same values. So you can quite accurately plan your coastlines out to around 2070, irrespective of what the international community does on climate change. Our decisions of what we do on climate change affect the latter part of the 21st century, the 27th century, and beyond. So we've got the Red Sea and we've got the Arabian Gulf. So just to finish with is, what do you do next? So we have this data for Singapore. We did the same thing, combine the Met Office, combine the IPCC. You then can combine together the uncertainties and then do projections. I don't have a digital elevation model for Saudi Arabia, but we do for Singapore and Southeast Asia. And that is just the impact. Singapore, like Saudi Arabia, is a very, very proud country. They've gone through incredible change in the last 50 to 60 years as it came from independence, fought a civil war. Just look what happens to it. Singapore contributes less than 0.1% to carbon emissions. The people who live in Geylang, their footprint on carbon in our atmosphere is pretty zero. They don't own cars. They live in apartment blocks, commonly without air conditioning. This is the impact in Singapore and Southeast Asia. So I've got 2 slides left, which are really a little bit of a thought experiment. So the climate conferences that I've been involved in or read about, particularly when I was an undergraduate, have been a complete and utter failure. We're running here, you have the heat stripes of the planet, we have carbon dioxide on the left-hand side, and then we have the first IPCC report in 1990. Carbon dioxide values were around 350 parts per million by volume. We then have the first COP in 1995. We had the Kyoto Protocol, the Copenhagen Accord, Paris Agreement in COP15. Not one of these scientists, and I was part of it, we have failed as scientists, not one of these meetings that involve government stakeholders have satisfied the climate problem. They haven't protected the citizens of planet Earth. But the citizens of planet Earth don't foresee that climate change is a problem. This is a recent survey, and I've selected some of the countries here on whether they think climate change is a problem. Switzerland, it comes in as number 2. We say, why Switzerland? Why is that? Well, I think that is quite simple. It's because they live in a country where they've observed climate change because of the melting of the glaciers, one of the most sensitive parameters of climate change. But many of these countries are going to democratic poll elections this year. France is. Great Britain's got its big general election probably in November time, and obviously we hear a lot about the US that will go to the polls in November time as well. It's just not on the agenda, is it? It's not going to appear on the agenda of Biden or, as we all know, Donald Trump, because it's only 9th on the agenda, despite its impact on planet Earth. So if we can't rely on governments and we can't rely on the people, we have to rely on ourselves. We have to rely on the scientific community taking innovations to provide the solutions. And my last slide is just an advert. We have been funded by the Singaporean government, the largest grant ever given in Singapore's history, to start a climate transformation program. And we need to find partner businesses, partner universities. We need to try and attract some of the students that I see in the audience here today. We've got around 30 PhDs, 60 postdocs running for 6 years. In Singapore, money never is the problem in research. We need to transform. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ben. I'm scared. Scary facts always, makes you worried. That is the importance of this talk and the importance of this session and the importance of this conference. Now we will move on to the next. Next is a keynote speech by Dr. Bashir Dabosi. Dr. Bashir Dabosi is the Director of Technology, Strategy and Planning at Saudi Aramco. He was the interim Vice President of Research at the King Abdullah Petroleum Studies and Research Center, an independent energy economics and policy think tank in Riyadh from 2008 to 2012. Dr. Bashir is co-recipient of 18 US patents and 1 US patent application. He has co-authored 25 publications in peer-reviewed technical journals, including Nature and the Journal of the American Chemical Society, in the research areas of nanostructured, highly luminescent materials, liquid-based petroleum fuels, crude and products desulfurization, and hydrogen production. He is the first author of a publication in the Journal of Physical Chemistry that has been cited over 3,400 times. Dr. Bashir is a member of the Board of Trustees for the custodian of the 2 Holy Moss Award honoring inventors, and is a member of the steering committee of the Saudi Arabia Advanced Research Alliance. He received a BS degree in chemistry from the University of California, Berkeley, and a PhD in physical chemistry from MIT. He completed the Saudi Aramco Leadership Challenge and Advanced Management and Leadership Program at the Oxford University Said Business School. With this short bio, let me invite Dr. Bashir Dabosi to deliver his talk.
Alaikum. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's really an honor and a pleasure to be back in my home, KFUPM. I grew up here 53 years ago. and I'm really pleased to see a really evolving and growing community. Of course, I'm having studied here, I'm also extremely pleased that 50% of the attendees are women. This is a great achievement for the university and for the kingdom, and thank you. And very long overdue to have one of the best universities in the kingdom really welcome female students. After that wonderful presentation, I feel that my job here is to give you some hope, because it was a bit depressing for me. There is hope, there are solutions, and we in the kingdom and in Aramco and KFUPM can unlock the solutions that will avert the catastrophe that was highlighted in the presentation before. So my talk is titled Aramco Sustainability Technology Strategy, but it's really about what we're doing in the kingdom, in Aramco, in partnership with KFUPM, with KAUS, with a global network to address the issue of climate, to reduce emissions, and to look at a multitude of solutions that can help us avert any increase in global temperatures. So let me first contextualize the energy system, because a lot of people don't, I think, appreciate how complicated and how entrenched our current energy system is. Today, primary energy is delivered mainly through oil, gas, coal, and then there's a little bit of renewable energy, there's nuclear. Renewables in the true sense today constitute less than 10% of total primary energy. This is very important to note, because a lot of the assessment reports that were highlighted, that were shown, and that have been touted involve converting everything to renewable energy. Now, why is that difficult? Well, first of all, the renewable energy today is electric, and electricity, as you can see in this graph, is only about 20% of the energy, primary energy, is converted to electricity. Only 20% of it goes into electricity. The other 80% of energy use is in other forms. So it's not electricity. So to convert the energy sort of demand from its existing state to an electric renewable-based state mix, there's a lot of really changes that need to be made. And you can see that emissions, in the previous talk, there was a highlight on the emissions from man-made. I need to be very, I think, clear that man-made emissions are about 3 to 5% of total CO2 emissions that are natural. So we talk about anthropogenic versus non-anthropogenic. But in those 4 to 5% of anthropogenic emissions, 75% are from energy use, and then 25%, which is very critical, are from agriculture, forestry, and other land use. So this is an area that most people neglect, although we talk about it, but agriculture, forestry, and land use are extremely important to controlling emissions. So, I don't know if I'm pointing in the right place. Okay. So I'm going to talk about something very important, which is the energy trilemma, and it's been coined in the last few years. There is really a very important balance that is needed, and Saudi Arabia is a key contributor to this balance in providing energy availability, energy affordability, and energy sustainability. It's very critical that we look at, and as my colleague just mentioned, in the evolving, emerging economies, there's a serious need for energy as economies grow and develop, and that energy needs to be supplied efficiently, reliably, and affordably, but it also has to address the sustainability needs. And this is really, I think, the crux of how we need to plan for the next 50 to 100 years, is how do we balance between developing nations, how do we balance between energy affordability, energy availability, and sustainability. And as I go further into today's presentation, I'll talk about how technology can enable all of that. This is a marginal abatement cost curve. This was developed by Goldman Sachs, and it shows basically what levers could potentially be used to reduce all of the emissions, the annual emissions of nearly 55 gigatons of CO2 per year, through reductions in power generation, so efficiency, through reductions in industry, through reductions in agriculture, all the green ones, transport, the blue ones on the far right. These are very expensive. We're looking at the cost of abatement and the amount of tons. So the width of each of these boxes is how many tons, gigatons of CO2 is abated. And the y-axis is how many dollars per ton, 1,400. And just to put everything into context, today in Europe and some other countries, the carbon sort of abatement cost, or the carbon traded energy trading system values are in the neighborhood of $100 per ton. So going up to 1,300 is a remarkable change, and that's going to be needed for what transport, for some buildings, and from some non-abatable emissions. And the problem that we see, and a lot of people in our industry see, is a tremendous focus only on emissions reduction, reduce. The kingdom in the G20 offered and presented and really allowed all of the G20 countries to sign off on the circular carbon economy framework, which focuses on reduction, reuse, recycle, and removal of CO2 as the enablers for emissions reduction. And what I'm showing on this graph here is, on the green graph, is if only reduction was used, where we basically focus on switching to renewable energy, versus where we go and look at using a hybrid approach of reduction as well as reuse, recycle, and removal. Reuse and recycle are similar to taking CO2, converting it to fuels, and removal is really carbon capture, utilization, and storage. If you focus on balancing reduction and removal, you can actually reduce the cost, which is in the tens of trillions of dollars. You can reduce the cost of CO2 emissions reduction by $6 trillion per year. With a global economy that's in the neighborhood of $25 trillion per year, that's a significant reduction. So let me now switch gears completely and talk about what we're trying to do here in Aramco. Our strategy and technology is focused on 4 pillars, which are discovery, recovery, competitiveness and diversification, and finally sustainability. But because this is the Green Sustainable Development in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia conference, I'm going to focus on sustainability. In fact, not only because of this conference, this is really the area that Aramco has been focusing on over the last years. In fact, 60% of our research and development goes to the sustainability domain. Our strategy in sustainability technologies focuses on two main areas: leading in low carbon intensity operations, as well as growing our low carbon businesses. In leading in low carbon intensity operations, we look at carbon capture and storage, renewables integration and offsetting solutions, and the new carbon businesses include non-fuel uses for oil, crude to chemicals, hydrogen technologies, and lower carbon synthetic fuels. What is not known globally is that Saudi Arabia and Saudi Aramco have one of the lowest carbon intensities, lowest carbon footprints for Scope 1 and 2 emissions of any major producer in the world. And this was published in Science magazine by a consortium including authors from Stanford, Calgary, Pittsburgh, Argonne National Labs, and other, that highlighted that Saudi Arabia has one of the lowest carbon intensities. And the reason we have such a low carbon intensity is because of decades of investment into reduction of emissions, starting with the master gas system in the 1980s, to energy efficiency measures, to flaring minimization, to best-in-class reservoir management practices that lead to low carbon intensities. So this is just the context, and we want to continue to lead in low carbon intensity, and we have targets of reducing our emissions and achieving net zero by 2050 in Aramco and the Kingdom by 2060. One of the flagship projects that the Kingdom announced a year ago is the 9 million tons per annum carbon capture and storage hub in Jubail. This is Aramco's first major project in carbon capture and storage. We have a CO2 enhanced oil recovery plant in Uthmaniyah that's been operating for the last 8 years. So this is not the first time we are injecting CO2 under the ground, but this is the first time we're injecting in such a large quantity. This is one of the largest announced CCS projects in the world. We will be injecting in a saline aquifer, and we will begin injecting, inshallah, in 2027. The Kingdom's announced target of 44 million tons of carbon capture and storage will also be met, inshallah, through similar initiatives, and of course with Aramco and our partners. This CCS hub is being conducted in partnership with major oil field service and industrial gas producers. What are we focusing on? Well, we're focusing on reduction of the cost of CO2 capture and storage. We're developing novel materials in collaboration with our partners. This particular project is in collaboration with KAUST, where one of the leading CO2 capture materials, MOF7, is being developed, where you can capture and release CO2 into storage sites with 30% lower cost. We're also looking at basalt sequestration and mineralization of CO2, and this is work we're doing in the western region. Of course, in the eastern province, there's a lot of storage sites and saline aquifers. The western region does not have similar geography or geology, so we're looking at potentially injecting into a lot of the basalt formations that are in the west. We're also looking at renewables. Of course, everybody knows that renewables do not operate all the time. They're not dispatchable, they're intermittent. They operate, for instance, photovoltaics operate when the sun is up, and wind operates when there's wind. So what do you need to make them 24/7? You need to invest in energy storage. And we're, in fact, focusing on energy storage in the Kingdom by developing flow batteries that are tolerant to very high temperatures. This is very unique because if you use a lithium-ion battery and you go up to 50 degrees Celsius, that battery is going to lose most of its capacity. And we're looking at vanadium flow batteries and others. And we have already demonstrated 80% efficiency at 60 degrees Celsius. We're also looking at using fuel cells, hydrogen fuel cells, and using them also to avail dispatchable power at 40% less power cost. And we're using that for off-grid energy storage. And the kingdom is, of course, blessed with, on our western region, with abundance of geothermal energy, and we're beginning to explore the potential for geothermal as a renewable energy source. Now, one very important area is the emissions that are already out there. The emissions that they've all accumulated need to be somehow captured. And we're looking at two very important solutions. One is direct air capture. Direct air capture basically takes CO2 from the air at 450 ppm concentrations, captures it. We're trying to reduce the cost using novel materials, novel processes, to below $100 per ton, which is very critical. If we can enable that, you can offset emissions from various hard-to-abate sectors. We're also, of course, focusing on nature-based solutions. The kingdom has already announced the Saudi Green Initiative and Middle East Green Initiative to plant 10 billion in kingdom and 40 billion trees out of kingdom. Aramco is looking at using mangroves and growing in the neighborhood of 650 million mangroves, more than half of which will be grown here in the kingdom and both the west and the east and the west coast. And we're using technology like smart seeding drones that enable you to achieve much higher success rates in planting trees, around 85% success rates using these drones. And we're growing our low-carbon business. I mentioned at the very beginning that one way of reducing your emissions is rather than burning your oil and oil products, converting it into chemicals and materials. And we are developing some of the most advanced technologies that take crude directly into chemicals, like this thermal crude to chemicals technology that's highlighted here. Thermal crude to chemicals was developed in Saudi Arabia, and we have exported this technology for a first commercialization in the advanced country of Korea, in the S-Oil refinery that is an affiliate of Saudi Aramco. So this is the second case, in fact, high severity FCC, which was co-developed between KFUPM and Saudi Aramco over 25 years with the Japanese, found its first deployment also in South Korea and has been creating tremendous value for the company and for Korea. In fact, during the COVID pandemic, the only profitable unit in our S-Oil refinery was the HSFCC. And we're looking at increasing demand for chemicals by deploying more and more non-metallic materials. We're starting with the oil and gas sector, where we have a lot of influence. In fact, we've been deploying over 12,000 kilometers of non-metallic pipes, carbon fiber reinforced polymers. And we're developing these materials for higher temperature, pressure, and diameter tolerance. And we're targeting cost parity with steel. Steel, of course, is a very high emissions industry, and replacing steel with non-metallics not only reduces the life cycle cost from corrosion, from decay, but it also reduces the overall emissions from the materials production. And we're focusing with our affiliate SABIC on advanced recycling and circular solutions with a target that SABIC CEO announced in Sharm el-Sheikh in Davos of a 1 million tons per year circular solutions by 2030, which is enabled through the partnership between Aramco and SABIC in integrating plastic waste into refineries and chemical plants. I'm missing a slide on hydrogen. In hydrogen technologies, we're focusing on multiple technologies. We're looking at membrane reactors, protonic membrane reactors. We're looking at electrified steam methane reforming. And we're looking at, as well, converting hydrogen as ammonia, which is the transport model for ammonia, converting ammonia back into hydrogen in our end market. And to that end, Aramco has built one of the is in the process of building one of the largest low-carbon hydrogen ammonia plants in the world in Jubail, which will produce 11 million tons of low-carbon ammonia with a capture percentage of 95% CO2 capture, which is well above the definition of blue, which is 70% capture. And we're targeting to operate it in 2030. And sorry, these are, I had it flipped, but these are the technologies I mentioned. The protonic membrane reformer, which is 90% more efficient in hydrogen, energy efficient in hydrogen production. The electrified reforming, which we announced recently with Topsoe, and of course the ammonia backcracking, which achieves 80% ammonia cracking efficiency. And we're looking at developing low-carbon fuels for existing road transport solutions. These are what we call e-fuels or synthetic fuels, where we react CO2 with renewable hydrogen to produce gasoline. And that gasoline, in fact, we're looking at introducing it into Formula One. We're building, in partnership with NEOM, a 35 barrel per day demonstration unit that will produce this e-gasoline. And we're partnering with Repsol in Spain to build a 50 barrel per day renewable sustainable aviation fuel plant in Bilbao, Spain. Both of these fuels, in fact, lower the emissions from the vehicle and road transport by over 80%. This is about double the emissions reduction that you would get from biofuels. And we're looking also at enhancing and advancing and improving the efficiency of internal combustion engines. We're looking at gasoline compression ignition engines, especially for heavy-duty vehicles that produce 30% less CO2 and very low pollutant content. We're also looking at technologies like dilute boost engines, which have 50% improvement in fuel economy. And we're looking at ultra-low pollutants vehicles that have 90% less particulates, NOx, and other emissions. Our research and technology footprint has grown since the beginning of last decade, from 2 centers here in Dhahran to a global network of 12 centers across the globe. And as I mentioned at the very beginning, 60% of our focus in R&D is on sustainability, and we intend to grow that even further to about 70%. And you can see the output from our research and technology. We, this year, have exceeded 1,000 US patents granted, ranking us in the top 50 of all industry players. Of course, KFUPM is in the lead, of course, in the Middle East, but also one of the leading universities globally in terms of patent output. And we're focusing beyond just intellectual property output on value. And we will be soon, in the next year or so, reporting on the technology realized value from all of the intellectual property that's been created. And of course, digital is critical to enabling a lot of the technologies that we're developing. We're doing really enhancing the sustainability domain through internal systems like flagship projects, using a digital factory, citizen development, allowing people to develop code. And we're externally growing through the Saudi Accelerated Innovation Lab, which is recently established, through Aramco Ventures investments, and through Aramco Digital, the subsidiary of Saudi Aramco. And we're focusing on, of course, the probably most discussed topic globally, which is artificial intelligence, advanced computing, advanced connectivity, robotics, blockchain, metaverse, quantum, and cybersecurity. And we've announced one of the largest sustainability funds for venture capital, called the Aramco Venture Sustainability Fund, which is already beginning to invest in various technologies, including batteries, ammonia reformers, carbon capture and storage, and hydrogen. And recently, Aramco has also grown its entire venture capital. So today, Aramco has what is worth around $7.5 billion of investment capital that can be invested in sustainability, in digital and new technologies, and also in strategic technologies that we use in our business. And with that, I really thank you for your attention, and I'm happy to take any questions whenever time permits.
Thank you so much, Dr. Bashir, for enlightening us on mitigation potential of decarbonization technologies, combining reduction and removal technologies, and overall Saudi Aramco sustainability technology strategy. We will move on to next presentation talk. Next is a keynote speech by Professor Rabi Mothar. Dr. Rabi Mothar is a professor in the Department of Biological and Agricultural Engineering and the Zachary Department of Civil and Environmental Engineering at Texas and A&M University. Dr. Mothar's research focuses on global resource challenges and the development of a water, energy, food nexus framework for linking science and policy and applications for sustainable integrated water management, such as implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals. Dr. Mothar serves as a governor of the World Water Council and as Vice President of the Governance Committee of the International Water Resources Association. He is a distinguished alumnus of AUB, Senior Fellow at the Policy Center for the New South, and a Fellow of the American Society of Agricultural and Biological Engineers. Dr. Mothar founded the Texas A&M Water Energy Food Nexus Initiative and served as Dean of the Faculty of Agricultural and Food Sciences at the American University of Beirut, where he also established the Water, Energy, Food, Health Nexus Renewable Resources Initiative. In 2011, he founded the Qatar Environment and Energy Research Institute. Throughout his career, Dr. Mothar has received several awards. Some of them are 2022 Dean's Outstanding Achievement Award for International Impact, the ADS Hankor Soil and Water Engineering Award, ASABE, and the Prima WEFE Nexus Award. With this short bio, let me invite Dr. Professor Rabi Mothar.
Assalamu alaikum. Thank you for the kind introduction. It's a great pleasure to be here. The last time I was here was 2012. I was in Qatar at the time. This institution, with the new leadership, has made strides in sustainability, in gender equity, and many other things. So it's really a pleasure to see this significant growth. I'll be talking about system view, and I'd like maybe start backward. I'd like it to be remembered, when we talk about sustainability, it's about system. And I'll draw some application from the water system in the sustainability journey. So we'll talk about some challenges in the global resource security. I'll introduce a new approach that we're pushing for resource management. application to water, but it applies to many other sectors. I'll give some application, 2 applications, in fact, from different aspects of the nexus, and I'd like to conclude with some concluding remarks. Busy slide, so I'll summarize in a couple words. Water, energy, food, and others are all connected through a very solid connections, and we'll talk about this interconnectivity later. They're also projected to be in gaps. That gap between supply and demand is increasing. We talked extensively about climate change, and some of us, yes, we do feel depressed. Climate change impact that situation analysis. The reduction in stream flow is impacting our water supply. It will impact our food production. Just a frame of reference, globally about 60% of our food, mainly cereal, is grown on rain-fed agriculture, which means any reduction in flow is going to impact that. And of course, that temperature increase is going to impact our energy supply. So we have inequity, we have variability in the distribution, we have non-sustainable consumption. Non-sustainable consumption is something we need to look at. The non-stationarity induced by climate change, last but not least, is the current business model. And I was happy to hear a lot of examples from Aramco. The current business model need to change, and I will talk about this. So this is an opportunity for us to really make some of these impacts. In the presentation this morning, we heard about Sustainable Development Goals. And those 17 goals are, I call 17 silos. These are developed by disciplinary teams. I was involved, and by the way, the term lobby is not necessarily bad. Lobby can be a positive thing. I was fortunately or unfortunately involved in one of these lobbies in promoting water to be one of those silos. The problem with these silos are developed by disciplinary, and most of us know, coming from academia, departments, disciplines do not talk much to each other. And here's what's happening globally. And I've been involved in the Nexus back in 2008, before it was developed as a system. And I call the SDGs as the ultimate nexus. And I'm going to highlight few of these interactions that you see here. Water and food, 70% globally of our water supply goes into food production and processing. The same with energy. Education and poverty are also connected. You look at gender and education, water and food, climate and health. All of these interconnections really make us believe that this system, the ultimate nexus, need to be looked at as a system. And that system, we need to identify trade-offs. We need to look at coherence between decision-making. We need to look at the systems thinking, interlinkages, quantifying these interlinkages, develop synergy rather than competition. Many of us are involved at the national plan. In fact, this morning, in the opening, there was an extensive plan to respond with mega cities. So the 17 goals are aspiration goals, and the national plans is to respond to these. And unfortunately, the national plans are not incoherent. They are in competition for resources, they are in competition for financial as well as capital, as well as human practice. So let me stop a little bit and give you a more deeper dive into the current water management practice. We all realize that water is a system that is being impacted by other systems, such as food, water, energy, health, ecosystem. So in order to address the water challenge, you need to look at this interacting elements of the system. Current status of water management, the governance of water management is done in isolation. The trends at the moment, there is some realization that we need to transcend that disciplinary focus and look at that system. The current International Water Resources Management, or what it's called as Integrated Water Resources Management, IWM, is a sectoral focus that lacks many of the integration, lacks the ability to look at quantification of the impact of water management into other sectors, and lacks a holistic solution that may come to the water sector from outside that water sector. It does not allow for long-term sustainable policies that is impacted by climate change, as was discussed this morning. So here's a platform that I'd like to introduce for the water management. The top portion, the blue portion, is the current water management sectoral strategies. This was presented last year at the Water Congress in China, and we added several elements that I'd like to make a note of. One is to identify sectors impacted by water and being impacted by water, identify system-level solutions, engage and train stakeholders. This is a new approach to water management, so we need to engage stakeholders so that they appreciate and engage with you in these solutions. Last but not least, identify synergy. The other thing I'd like to make a note of is that we're no longer talking about water for food, water for energy, water for health. The new dynamics is that water and food, because water impacts food, food impacts water. Water and health, water and energy, water and education. So the rest of the presentation, I'd like to share with you some of the practical application to this vision. The first case study is in Matagorda. Matagorda is at the suburb of Houston. As you know, Houston is it's the capital, energy capital in the US, and one of the main hubs of energy in the world. Matagorda County, this is a land use map of the county. As you could see, there's a lot of that red intensity is Houston, a lot of population there needing water for municipalities, a lot of green water need for agriculture, and also for other land uses such as green spaces. So water is in competition with all of these sectors, and as a result, water has not become available for some of the indigenous communities for agriculture production. So the current business model in Matagorda County is a lack of food security, lack of water security, and lack of security in general. So the objective of the study is how can we use the water, energy, food nexus as a platform to help water-related infrastructure that is beneficial not only for the water sector, but beneficial for the entire economy in Matagorda County. So we'll be developing a model, testing it, and look at ways in which we identify these synergies. Here is a general approach, starting with developing a system map for resource interlinkages, developing modules, looking into possible interventions that can resolve that issue, developing scenarios, developing the tool, the water, energy, food nexus tool, develop output, sustainability analysis, and outcome. I'll share some of those. So we're looking at water, energy, food, with all of the agricultural module, municipalities and industry, nuclear generation. And we have assessed numerous interventions, infrastructure interventions in all of these sectors. Developed the scenario-based tool, and we developed the analytics for the water, energy, food nexus tool that allow us to look at all of these output. Water footprint, energy footprint, food produced, food revenue, cost, and CO2 emission. And did the analysis for which of these solutions would be more sustainable and communicated that. This is the critical step that most of us ignore. When you're developing this system-level solution, they impact not only the sector, they impact multiple sectors. So they need to be communicated with other stakeholders. I'm not going to go through the analytics, but I'd like to share with you that we did all of the analytics for several scenarios, and all of them were compared to scenario 1, which is the base current practices, the best scenario that allow us to have the best sustainability index, and the worst scenario. What did we learn? That the Nexus approach provides a platform to choose the most sustainable combination of water, energy, food infrastructure. So yes, there is hope that we could achieve sustainability. However, it needs to be looked at a system and not a disciplinary. Farmers in this case were the sectors that were losing access to water. With these solutions, farmers receive more water than usual so they can make more benefit, economic benefit, and food security benefit. Last but not least, primary resources are saved with less environmental damage. I'd like to move on for the second case study that's looking into system-level solution, and I'm going to focus on agriculture. Specifically, I'm going to focus on water reuse and looking at a grand vision for how can we achieve water security with minimum interventions or minimum water footprint. We all know that agriculture, and I do agree with the previous speaker talking about the food and agriculture system needs to be transformed. It uses most of our water, it has significant emission, and we need to dwell more on transforming that system. So my case study number 2, look into one aspect of that transformation. So water and food, and how can we use alternative water for food production? So the strategy here is to start with green water. Green water is whatever water is left in the soil after rainfall or after irrigation. We'll talk a little bit about that. Gray water, water reuse. Precision irrigation is knowing, this is an optimization problem, is knowing when, what to irrigate, and looking at the benefit of that additional water. So some of us call it supplemental irrigation. Last but not least is to look at water productivity. Water productivity is not only increasing the efficiency, but asking the question, do I need to plant this specific crop at this specific location? We'll start with a green water, just to give you sense of what I'm talking about. We did an exercise for North Africa. Green water, there's more green water in North Africa region than what we call blue water combined. And that's significant. And yet, very few outside, maybe some of us who are working in the soil water, really appreciate green water. So it's a very much unappreciated sector that needs to be looked at. All of the 4 elements I talked about in the new vision for water for food requires soil. There was mention earlier, in an earlier presentation, some mention about soil. So let me stop for a second and talk about the importance of soil in sustainability. Soil do support food production. If you look at the 17 goals, each one of them, without any exception, is touched by soil. And yet, many of us are detached from soil. Water security, purification is connected to soil. Food security, no matter what people tell you, that yes, we will have a manufactured food, we will have protein that can be in the lab, manufactured in the lab, for the foreseeable future. Most of the food we're going to eat in the morning, for lunch, breakfast, and dinner will come from soil. So soil is fundamental to our food security. It's fundamental to national security. And we'll talk about that a bit later, how soil is fundamental to national security. And more recently, the science community, outside the soil community are realizing that soil management is critical to climate change because it does sequester carbon. It's very fundamental to carbon management. So if I look at soil as it exists today, soil quality, sustainable management of food, water resources, and carbon management are highly dependent on soil quality. And most of our soil are degraded. The second point I'd like to, which is a hypothesis that drives this second case study that I'm going to share with you, studying the long-term impact of soil agro-environmental characteristics, question the use of texture-based approaches to soil. Let me clarify what that means, that jargon. It means that in fact, I would challenge most of our climate models today use a bucket approach to soil. They do not represent, in fact, all hydrologic models don't represent soil as a dynamic living entity. They represent soil as a rigid entity that is not a living entity. And I'll talk a little bit more about that. So soil is not only a homogeneous mixture of solids and liquid. It's not an engineered property. It's a highly structured living entity. And today, soil pedology and soil representation are disconnected. And that disconnection does not allow us to look into projections and look at how impact we have in terms of the local impact to national projections. So what we need to look at is a hydrostructure pedology where properties of the soil and behavior are connected to the pedology. What that means that we need to rewrite the constitutive equation that represent soil. I'll give you one example to drive this message home. Many of us in engineering were taught representative elementary volume with a bold underline volume. Soil shrinks and swells. So what volume we're talking about? It's not a representative property. So we have to rewrite those constitutive equations to look at mass being the denominator for those equations. So we had to be rewriting continuity equation for specific representative elementary mass instead of volume. Only then we can represent local properties at the larger scale. And I would urge all the modelers, climate modelers, hydrologic modelers, cropping system modelers, to really take a deep look at the soil as a fundamental element in these processes that has been ignored for so many years. So you're looking here actually at an actual measurement of soil shrinkage, where you start at the top right, where you have saturation, and moving down with time, and you look at the specific volume, which is the 1 over bulk density on the y-axis. And you see that the soil does shrink significantly. Yes, it depends on the clay content, but it does shrink significantly, and those shrinkage processes, those points on that curve, are representative of the properties, and those are the properties I'm talking about. So a full characterization of the soil is water retention curve, hydraulic conductivity curve, shrinkage, and swelling curve. Only with these continuous and simultaneous measurements we're able to represent soil dynamics. Here's the laboratory results for these curves, and this is what we call the typo soil, which is developed specifically for these characterizations look like. And I'm going to share a little bit of results. This is from our lab, looking at quantifying the long-term impact of non-conventional water reuse on soil health and productivity, and quantifying green water and soil holding properties. Let me give you just a hint of what I'm talking about. If you look at the first slide in this case study, I did mention using gray water, wastewater for irrigation. That use impacts soil. For some of us who are farmers, you have a relationship with the soil. You have a relationship with the soil. You know when to irrigate, how much to irrigate, and how frequent you irrigate. All of a sudden, if you're using wastewater, that relationship between you and the soil has changed, and we have evidence of that change. So we need to quantify that so you have new relationship with the farm. The second piece of this experimentation we're doing is we're quantifying green water. In Arabic, green water means al-thiri, al-ithra. That, to give you an idea of how much the science community even is disconnected with this, there are 5 different definitions of what green water means. If we don't agree on what does green water means, we're not going to be able to quantify it. The importance of this green water is that it allows us to really look at the implication of irrigation and how much to irrigate, and the optimization of the added water value to how much it's going to give you in terms of the productivity. We have 10-year gray water use experiment in Texas, and as a result, we have loss in the ability to store water for soil. Using that gray water, we have a loss in ability to store water for the soil. That means that the soil is fine, but it's not able to absorb the same amount of water as it was for the control. It means that it has lost its ability to shrink, and it needs to have a different, as I mentioned, that relationship with the farmer has to change, be up to date. We also have treated wastewater irrigation. Most noticeable change is in the water retention curve, which is the curve that allows us to see how much water is held in the soil at a certain negative pressure. You have loss in structural shrinkage, and there are more changes than just hydraulic conductivity that is reported in the literature. Again, wastewater reuse is certainly, we have to do that in the future, but we need to assess the impact on soil. This is the last stop I have in the results for this morning, and that's a very significant, for those of us who deal with irrigation, it's a very significant benchmark. Water holding properties, if you're doing an irrigation design, water holding properties is a significant concept, but it has failed because I cannot quantify the upper and lower limit. And now in the lab, we're able to measure the water holding properties by taking the water pool that's coming from the shrinkage curve and do a second derivative and come up with the field capacity measurement and permanent wilting point. The difference between these two is the upper and lower limit gives us the water holding properties. That's a significant benchmark when we look into precision irrigation. So you don't really need to guess. So the importance of case study 2 finding is that dynamic soil, and I'm using the word carefully, dynamic soil characterization. Those of us who see soil maps that are 50, 60 years old, as if soil stayed with the same properties, there's a big mistake there. So we need to look at dynamic soil characterization that allow us to look at green water space, the impact of irrigation of non-traditional water and soil properties. We need to update those maps. Action is to modify the existing maps to cope with these changes, and to look at how to allow the quantity and quantify the interlinkages and trade-off in the irrigation. That's the precision irrigation. And question not only the efficiency and the engineering, but look at cropping system. I invite you, for those of you who are interested to learn more about soil, we have, in fact, a funded project by the National Science Foundation to establish a global soil network. And we call it Global Soil Network for Society. The last slide is to share with you some reflections. In my opinion, the lack of progress in the Sustainable Development Goals goes back to the disciplinary nature of how these were designed. We need to be looking differently at sustainability. Sustainability cannot be done in disciplines. Sustainability and achieving the Sustainable Development Goals has to look at endpoints, integrative points that connect us, that will transform our way of thinking from developing national plans in isolation versus developing national plans in synergy. Currently, the local or the lack of governance and synergy between achieving these goals is one of the major bottlenecks that will give us, will not allow us to achieve those sustainability. Last comment is we need to localize. And what I mean by localizing is localized knowledge. And I'm looking here at this institution and what they have achieved over the last several years. Localizing knowledge value chain, localizing water and food security, and localizing regional integration. We could talk about that maybe if we have time during the question and answer. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Mukhtar. Just I would like to say in a statement, former student Texas A&M. So howdy.
Howdy.
Thank you. So howdy, what does it mean? How are you doing? So thank you for everybody. And now I would like to go for lunch. So I encourage everybody just to go through the entrance of the hall as we came through before. Then once you go to the exhibition, also leave the exhibition and take the left side, and you'll see some people guiding you towards the lunch hall. Thank you very much, and then we're gonna meet again to continue our discussion. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back. We have next technical speaker, our engineer Ahmed Al-Khaldi. Engineer Ahmed Al-Khaldi is the director of Eastern Province NCEC branch, NCEC's National Center for Environmental Compliance. Engineer Ahmed is managing and following up on the progress of work in the branch and implementing environmental strategies and tasks of the center in the Eastern Province. He oversees the operations of the branch related to other executive departments, including legal affairs, environmental assessment, violations, management, inspection, licensing, permits, and environmental emergency response. He supervises periodic visits and inspection tours to all existing facilities and ensure their compliance with the approved environmental conditions and specifications. He is applying environmental regulations and requirements to related facilities, projects, and activities. He is also a regional representative in the Arabian Gulf Oil Spill Marine Emergency Mutual Aid Center, MEMAC, under the ROPME, Regional Organization for the Protection of the Marine Environment Agency. Prior to joining NCEC, he worked in Jubail Energy Services Company, Sadara, Saudi Aramco, Advanced Petrochemical Company, SABIC, Saudi Electricity Company, Eastern Region, Nama Company, Jubail Epoxy Resin Plant, and Emak Rawabi Company. I'm so happy and proud to invite Dr. Engineer Ahmed Al-Khaldi because he's a product of KFEPM. He graduated from KFEPM in 1997 with a Bachelor of Science in Applied Chemical Engineering degree. Engineer Ahmed Al-Khaldi, please.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته، وأسعد الله مساءكم بكل خير في هذه الأمسية الطيبة. أعرف أن بعد الغداء جميع الدماء تتوجه إلى المعدة، ما في تركيز في البرزنتيشن، لكن إن شاء الله راح تكون خفيفة ولطيفة على عقولكم إن شاء الله. المركز الوطني للرقابة على الالتزام البيئي ومؤتمرنا هذا يركز على الاستدامة والبيئة الخضراء. فإذا تكلمنا عن الاستدامة، ما هي الاستدامة؟ المملكة العربية السعودية حباها الله سبحانه وتعالى كثير من المقدرات والريسورسز والشواطئ والبحار، وينعم فيها هذا الجيل. ومن الظلم أن يأخذ هذا الجيل كل المقدرات هذه ويستنفذها ولا يبقي للأجيال التالية أو القادمة من أبنائنا وأحفادنا شيء منها شيء. فلذلك أتت رؤية المملكة 2030، وكان من أهم ركائزها البيئة. ومن هذه البيئة التي ننعم فيها أن سوف يتم بطريقة مستدامة استخدام هذه المقدرات بالصورة صحيحة لكي ينعم جميع الأجيال، هذه الأجيال والأجيال القادمة بهذه المقدرات. الكل منا ينتظر أن يشتم الهواء النقي والتربة الصالحة للزراعة والمياه النظيفة، وهذه ثلاث الركائز الأساسية في البيئة. ومن ركائز الاستدامة الثلاثية أو اللي هي الركائز الثلاثية الإيكونومي والبيئة يأتي مؤتمرنا هذا. المركز الوطني عمره قصير 3 سنوات، تم إنشاؤه بعد اعتماد الاستراتيجية الوطنية للبيئة من قبل مجلس الشؤون الاقتصادية والتنموية. أصدر مجلس الوزراء القرار رقم 417 والقاضي بإنشاء 4 مراكز بيئية، من ضمنها المركز الوطني للرقابة على الالتزام البيئي، ولحقها المركز الوطني لإدارة النفايات. فهي 5 مراكز متخصصة في البيئة يرأس مجلس إدارتها وزير البيئة معالي المهندس عبد الرحمن الفضلي. وصدر قرار مجلس الوزراء رقم 4 وصدر قرار مجلس الوزراء رقم 454 وتاريخ 22/8/1439 بتشكيل الاستراتيجية الوطنية للبيئة وصندوق البيئة التي تمثل جميعها النموذج التشغيلي للاستراتيجية الوطنية للبيئة، والتي من مستهدفاتها حماية البيئة، وتضمنت الاستراتيجية أكثر من 6 ركائز استراتيجية و64 مبادرة في مختلف المجالات البيئية. تم تدشين المركز في 4 ديسمبر 2020. دشن معالي الوزير المركز الوطني للرقابة على الالتزام البيئي، وفي كوكبته كوكبة من الخبراء السعوديين المتخصصين، سواء من وزارة الداخلية أو وكالة الوزارة البيئة، أو خبراء متخصصين في البيئة ليدعموا هذا المركز في مجلس إدارته. رؤيتنا في هذا المركز هي الريادة في الالتزام البيئي لتعزيز الاستدامة البيئية والإسهام في ازدهار القطاعات التنموية وتحسين جودة الهواء. أما الرسالة فهو العمل مع الأطراف كافة للارتقاء بالالتزام البيئي من خلال رصد التلوث والتقييم البيئي وتعزيز الرقابة والإرشاد البيئي. حابب أركز على نقطة مهمة، أن إنشاء هذه المراكز البيئية ليست هي المسؤولة الوحيدة عن البيئة. البيئة هي مسؤولية الجميع. كل شخص موجود على الكرة الأرضية هذه له مسؤولية، سواء كبيرة أو صغيرة. فما أنشئت هذه المراكز إلا لتنظم الدور ويكون لها دور رقابي على جميع الجهات، سواء جهات حكومية أو جهات خاصة أو جهات NGOs اللي هي القطاع الثالث. فلكل شخص مننا في هذا القاعة دور مهم ومسؤولية في الحفاظ على البيئة، على أساس لا يذهب وعينا أن خلاص أنشئت المراكز البيئية خلاص هي دورها ومسؤوليتها الحفاظ على البيئة، أنا ما لي دور وأسحب نفسي. لا، أنا كأب وكجد مسؤول، وكحتى طفل في المدرسة أنا مسؤول أني أوعي الأبناء أني لي دور في هذا في البيئة. الأهداف الاستراتيجية للمركز هي الارتقاء بالالتزام البيئي عبر الحد من تلوث الأوساط البيئية، تعزيز قدرات الاستجابة لحالات الطوارئ البيئية المتعلقة باختصاص المركز بالتنسيق مع الجهات ذات العلاقة، رفع مشاركة القطاع الخاص في توفير خدمات الالتزام البيئي بجودة عالية وبما يعزز من فرص التوطين، تشجيع البحث والابتكار في مجالات الرصد والتقييم والتقنيات الصديقة للبيئة بالتعاون مع الجامعات ومراكز الأبحاث المحلية والعالمية، وأخيراً تعزيز الكفاءات البشرية والإمكانات الفنية والبنى التحتية لارتقاء فعالية المركز. للمركز 3 مستهدفات أساسية اللي هي الاقتصاد والبيئة والمجتمع. فمن ناحية الاقتصاد هو تحقيق الكفاءة الاقتصادية عبر المحافظة على الموارد الطبيعية، الحد من تكاليف التدهور البيئي، تشجيع مشاركة القطاع الخاص في الاستثمارات البيئية وتحقيق الاستدامة الاقتصادية. أما من الناحية البيئية فالإسهام في تحسين مقومات البيئة، تحقيق مفهوم الاستدامة، الاستغلال الأمثل للموارد، الإسهام في إعادة التأهيل البيئي. وأما من الناحية الاجتماعية تحسين جودة الحياة، رفع مستوى السلامة الاجتماعية، تعزيز المشاركة المجتمعية ورفع الوعي المجتمعي وتمكين وخلق فرص عمل بيئية. للمركز مهام واختصاصات كثيرة، لعل لن أسردها كاملة، لكن يمكن للزملاء والزميلات الموجودين الاستفسار عنها عن طريق الرقم 988، وهو طريق رقم للبلاغات ورقم للاستفسارات. ويوجد في بوث المعرض فريق متخصص يستطيع الإجابة عن جميع تساؤلات واستفسارات الموجودين. للمراقبة أو تنظيم عمل المركز صدرت لوائح وأنظمة موجودة على الويب سايت، تقريبا 13 لائحة تنفيذية لتنظم عمل المركز. وهذه اللوائح تنظم عمل المركز وتنظم عمل الجهات العاملة مع المركز، لكن من صميم عملها هي التفتيش والتدقيق على جميع المنشآت التنموية والحيوية والسياحية، التوعية والإرشاد البيئي، إصدار التراخيص والتصاريح بفئاتها الثلاثة الأولى والثانية والثالثة، رصد جودة الأوساط البيئية من ماء وتربة وهواء، التأهيل والاستجابة لحالات الطوارئ البيئية سواء الحوادث البيئية سواء في البر أو في البحر في الخليج العربي أو البحر الأحمر، ضبط المخالفات. يوجد مخالفات لنظام البيئة، فمن دور وصميم المركز ضبط هذه المخالفات وإيقاف المخالف عند حده. التدريب واعتماد البرامج التدريبية، بدون التدريب لا نستطيع الارتقاء بأعضاء هذا المركز. إدارة وإعادة تأهيل المواقع المتدهورة من الأمور الأساسية من مهام المركز، البحوث وتشجيعها، وإعداد تقارير الرقابة والالتزام البيئي للجهات المعنية. المركز ينتشر على رقعة مملكتنا الغالية في 7 فروع رئيسية و13 مكتبا منتشرين في جميع أنحاء المملكة، يقدمون جميع الخدمات اللي هي من التصاريح والتراخيص و التفتيش وإعادة التأهيل. التصاريح البيئية أنواعها كثيرة، منها الصناعي والزراعي والتنموي والسياحي والتجاري، الطاقة والمياه، بعضها ترفيهي، بعضها بنى تحتية وبعضها سكني. فكل نشاط له أثر بيئي يحتاج أن يكون له تصريح لمزاولة نشاطه، والتصاريح تصدر بداية إنشائية ثم تكون تشغيلية. أما التراخيص فهي تقدم لمقدمين الخدمات البيئية، منها المختبرات وخدمات الاستشارات البيئية والتدريب وخدمة التفتيش والتدقيق البيئي وخدمة رصد ومراقبة جودة الأوساط البيئية ومصادر التلوث، خدمة إدارة وتركيب وصيانة وتشغيل شبكات الرصد البيئي، خدمات تنفيذ خطط المعالجة وإعادة التأهيل، خدمات إجراء التحاليل المخبرية، خدمة الاستجابة لحالات الطوارئ البيئية وحصر الأضرار في مواقع حدوثها، وخدمة تعويم وتفكيك السفن. كما ذكرت صدرت لوائح تنفيذية، آخرها صدر 13 للطوارئ البيئية، موجودة على موقع المركز، يمكن الرجوع لها اللي هي ncac.gov.sa، مشروحة فيها، موجود فيها نظام البيئة الصادر عام 1441 من مجلس الوزراء، ثم في التسلسل فيه اللوائح التنفيذية التي فيها الإجراءات والاشتراطات والشروط، ومنها العقوبات التي يحصل عليها المخالف لنظام البيئة. هذا ما أحببت أن أشارككم فيه، ويوجد شريط فيديو مصور يشرح بعض المهام، ما راح يتجاوز إن شاء الله 4 دقائق. أتمنى أن يكون ما أطلت عليكم، ونرجو أن تستمتعوا بشرح الفيديو هذا. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله.
الالتزام البيئي في المملكة العربية السعودية اتخذ مسارا أكثر إيجابية منذ الإعلان عن استراتيجية البيئة ونظامها الجديد قبل 4 أعوام، تأسس المركز الوطني للرقابة على الالتزام البيئي ضمن 5 مراكز تشكل منظومة البيئة، لتتشكل بذلك حقبة جديدة هدفها حماية البيئة وصون مواردها وتحقيق التوازن البيئي. ويعنى المركز بشكل خاص بتنفيذ الأنظمة والمعايير البيئية ومراقبة الأنشطة التنموية من أجل الحرص على أن يواكب النمو الاقتصادي لكل قطاع نمواً أكبر في الحفاظ على البيئة من أي آثار سلبية قد تضر بجودة الماء والهواء والتربة. وتتم هذه المهام بدءاً بإصدار التصاريح التشغيلية والإنشائية ومتابعة آثار المنشآت ذات الأثر السلبي عبر مفتشين بيئيين ومتخصصين لمتابعة التقارير البيئية التي تعني الرقابة الذاتية لكل منشأة وما يترتب عليها من تصحيح لأي خطر قد يضر بالبيئة. الحد من تلوث الأوساط البيئية هو مهمة المركز اليومية، لذلك استمر منذ تأسيسه في اتباع نهج أكثر مرونة في تبني وتحسين الأداء البيئي لكافة القطاعات الحكومية والخاصة، بالإضافة إلى القطاع الثالث عبر تقديم وتبني أحدث التقنيات البيئية واعتماد خطط التصحيح البيئية وغيرها من الخدمات التي يرخص لها المركز من أجل زيادة حجم المشاركة في حماية الإنسان أولاً وموارد الطبيعة من آثار الأنشطة السلبية ثانياً. ليس هذا فحسب، بل اتجه المركز لتعزيز القدرات الوطنية عبر عدة اتفاقيات وقعها مع جامعات سعودية تقدم بدورها درجات الماجستير والدكتوراه في علوم البيئة بهدف تشجيع البحث والابتكار وزيادة البحوث العلمية في هذا القطاع الحيوي وخلق فرص وظيفية نوعية. مهام عدة تقوم بها إدارات متخصصة في المركز تعزز قدرات الرقابة على البيئة والاستجابة لحالات الطوارئ البيئية ورصد جودة الهواء التي تتم آلياً عبر 250 محطة منتشرة في كافة أنحاء المملكة، وصولاً إلى إعادة تأهيل الأراضي والمواقع المتدهورة بيئياً. ولأن الرصد والرقابة البيئية تعتمد على التقنية في مجالات الرصد، أصبح المركز الجهة الرسمية المعنية بتقييم التقنيات الصديقة للبيئة والاستدامة البيئة البحرية والساحلية وحماية الموائل الطبيعية. نفذ المركز 12 تمريناً وطنياً بمشاركة أكثر من 50 جهة حكومية وخاصة بهدف رفع الجاهزية والاستعداد للتعامل مع الطوارئ البيئية وحماية سواحل المملكة ومياهها الإقليمية من أي أخطار محتملة. الالتزام بمعايير البيئة يعني استدامتها للأجيال وجودة أعلى للماء والهواء والتربة التي تعد مؤشراً لجودة الحياة.
Thank you, Engineer Ahmed Al-Khaldi, for the wonderful presentation, which is initiatives and strategies of NCEC, and the wonderful video. Now, I invite all the speakers. We completed all the talks of the first session. I invite all the speakers here, and we will go for a short panel discussion. I encourage everyone to ask questions, particularly the young scientists and students. And before asking any questions, if you have anything to discuss, definitely as a continuation of the talks which you made. I can ask one question to Dr. Ben. See how sea level rise will be affected due to groundwater extraction and urbanization, especially in the GCC, if you have come across such things.
Well, when considering sea level rise, I think the state of the art at the moment is to do local projections. That's really where the climate community has moved forward in sea level. When I was involved in the IPCC fifth assessment report, we did not have the scientific ability to project at the local scale. That was in 2013, and the scientific community moved forward with understanding local processes such as groundwater withdrawal or tectonics or ocean wind interactions. And now you can use the IPCC's tool that's embedded within the NASA sea level portal and get projections from anywhere on the planet. But the problem is it's just a black box. It will just produce you a projection, and what you need to do with that projection is validate it against observations to make sure it's accurate. There have been many cases where the IPCC projections match the observations, but there are other cases where they don't, and that's where the scientific community needs to improve. And we found that example actually occurring in Singapore.
Thank you so much. If questions, please, yeah. Give the... I will take this one. Please pass this one.
Thank you very much. My name is Wael. I'm a professor of environment and energy, and I was responsible for I was one of the chief scientific advisor for GiKS project. My question is dedicated to Dr. Professor Rabia I have seen something attracted me too much, that you wrote in the presentation, it came like gray and in between brackets wastewater. So my question is split into two parts. The first part, are you meaning the same? Gray and wastewater, they are synonyms? Both are the same? Or you are referring to gray water as a separate gray water, as well known, identified by the GiKS project, and the wastewater that is subjected for tertiary treatment? This is my first question. And the second, if it is gray water, because you mentioned in your presentation that you had some experiments in the gray water itself and wastewater itself. And I was really astonished by the results that gray water may affect the soil capabilities or the soil efficiency or the soil, deteriorate the soil. So I just would like to shed some light on this, the two parts. Thank you.
Thank you for the question that allow me to clarify. The data that I shared is only for gray water. We have other experiments for treated wastewater and for sludge, which I did not share. But the results that I shared in one of the slides specifically for gray water. And yes, to our surprise, that because of the salinity, the soil structure has changed, and the dynamics in the soil-water interface has changed so that the water-holding properties do change, which means that the distance between the upper limit of saturation and the lower limit of wilting point has shrunk due to the inability of the soil to be as elastic as it used to be. This was also surprising to us, but the implication is significant. The implication is that if you're irrigating with high salinity water, if you're irrigating with soil, with water that is, whether secondary or tertiary, the relationship between irrigation management and the soil and plant has to change. And I think this has implication on how frequent you irrigate and what's the total amount you irrigate in the field. those are, I think, significant findings.
By the definition, gray water supposed not to be saline water, because gray water will be coming from the drinking water, which is not combined with the wastewater. So according to the law, in everywhere, it should not be exceeding 500. And I'm wondering from where the salinity will come from.
It has sodium. It's the sodium impact. The sodium.
It's actually coming from drinking water, so cannot be saline or cannot be containing high level of sodium. This is my debate, because this is very important for me.
The sodium impacts the clay particle, and it will block some of the flow, and it impacts the shrinkage properties. And if you reduce shrinkage, you reduce the ability to hold on water.
From where it will come from, I'm just wondering. If it is wastewater, I will totally agree with you. Maybe due to other industrial application or mixing of other high salinity water, there will be a high level of sodium or salinity. But for gray water, by the definition, if we agree about the definition, it is the drinking water that mildly utilizes. So it should be, by definition, with no high salinity.
I will be happy. We have 10, 15 papers on this subject. We'll be happy to share those. That has the characteristics of the water that we use and the methodology for calculating the shrinkage properties and how do the water holding properties was estimated. But the experiment is more than 10 years now in west part of Texas, and we have the continuous measurement of the incoming water and the impact on soil.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Abdul Salam from Center of Environment and Marine Studies. I have a question regarding the climate change. The professor said that any difference in, let's say, 1.5 degree in climate, this will affect the coral reefs. And we will see them all, or 99% of them, bleaching. My question is that, is there any studies regarding coral reefs genes, like what we do usually in wheat, that can tolerate this change?
I think Dr. Ben.
I mean, that's an excellent question, and there's some of the solutions where tech and science work together. And so I know some of the examples in Singapore. So if any of you have visited Singapore, I mean, you know, it's the city of tomorrow. It houses 5.5 million people in the highest population density of any country in the planet. But offshore of Singapore are some of the most diverse coral reefs on planet Earth. And the question that coral reef ecologists and geneticists are trying to answer is, why are these corals able to survive high temperatures, high sedimentation rates, and obviously a lot of urban pollution that you would expect from 5.5 million people? So the idea is that you can find these resistant corals. That's the first question, is which species, which genetics are most hardy to temperature change or pollution or sedimentation rate. And then perhaps the more difficult question is, how do you reproduce them at scale? That's I think, when I talk to my colleagues who work in the coral reefs, that's the next stage. They can reproduce them, perhaps on a small scale in a laboratory. How do you reproduce them at a large scale in an ocean? If we can do that, then we can go some way to protect that extinction. But what we always want to think about is that we know the cause of the problem. We need to give planet Earth the time to adapt. Yeah, if we're just going to keep on pumping carbon dioxide into the atmosphere, our ocean temperatures, it won't be 1.5 degrees C, it'll be 2, 3, 4 degrees C, and it doesn't matter what genetics we're going to do, the corals won't survive. And the implications of that are profound. 40% of all breeding fish in our oceans are found breeding around coral reefs.
Yes, one more thing. Is this papers published? Can we see these papers regarding these genetic studies about coral or species?
Well, it's not an area of my research, but I can certainly, if you drop me an email, I can put you in touch with, it's a professor in Singapore, it's Professor Kyle Morgan, works out of the Cell Sea Laboratory within Singapore. So it's Professor Kyle Morgan, that's what he's been doing for the last 10 or so years.
Thank you, Abdul Salam, and thank you, Dr. Ben. Check the question, please.
Any more questions?
Here. Mudassir? Here.
Hello, a very good afternoon. Myself, Dr. Faima Mushtaq. I'm working as a postdoctoral fellow in Environment and Marine Studies. Since morning we are talking about the climate change and we are already crossed the limits. So I just want to ask, what should be the mitigation and adaptation strategies?
Well, we have crossed the boundary. We had in 2023, I think it was calculated at somewhere between 70 and 80 days that were 1.5 degrees C more than the pre-industrial average. But those temperatures need to be sustained for approximately this. I mean, this is the amazing thing about science, I find. I mean, you know, we've got these climate models and they can predict the future, and we can say, well, that's going to cause problems, and then people go, well, that's not good enough. Then the policymakers want to know a tipping point. So what is our threshold? And we can tell you that threshold, 1.5 degrees C, different ecosystems maybe 2 degrees C. And then we also know how long they need to be sustained at those temperatures. And it's about a decade. Okay, so yes, we've tipped over it. If we look at global temperatures, when we get out of the El Nino Southern Oscillation positive phase, our global temperatures will go back down. But then when the next El Nino comes, they'll increase even further. We have to remember that you have natural variability superimposed upon human-induced climate change. So what's the answer? Well, the answer is both. You need to adapt because climate change is happening now. There's nothing we can do about it. Our temperatures, so one of the things that when I talk, particularly to CEOs, so I do a lot of that in Singapore, because a lot of the regional hubs, is that climate change is not going away. You know, you're not going to go back to the climates of the 1980s or the 1990s or the early 2000s. 2023 is the start of the problems. 2024 will be worse than 2023. 2030 will be worse than 2023. Our climate, no matter what we do, will continue to warm for decades. We just need to slow down the rate. So going back to the earlier question, so we can try and find solutions to this problem. So that's something that everyone needs to be aware of, that here in Saudi Arabia, it's only going to get hotter, and it's only going to have higher sea levels. There's nothing you can do about that, therefore you need to adapt. And every country has different adaptations. So I was formerly on the east coast of the US. The adaptations there are primarily due to a huge increase in the number of storms that you're seeing along the eastern seaboard of the US. More tropical cyclones, more northeasters. So you need to get coastal communities that have better adaptation. In Singapore, yes, it's an island nation with sea level, but its real problem is heat, because it runs at about 32, 34 degrees centigrade most of the year, with around 80% humidity. If you take it above around 35.1 with the same amount of humidity, you can't go outside or you die. It's as simple as that for that country. The human body cannot keep cool. So Singapore has this huge project called Greening Singapore. It's Cooling Singapore 2.0. It's like, how do they change Singapore so it doesn't have this urban heat island effect? And so everywhere, it's all about climate change. It's about local on your adaptations, but it's about global to do with mitigations. Great question.
Thank you. One more thing I want to ask.
If I may just
yes,
build on the adaptation, what does it mean to the nexus? What does it mean to the water, food, energy? and which I think, so adaptation is very broad umbrella that we need to take it down to local action. With less precipitation, less soil moisture, you're going to get less food production. And already we're projecting we need to double our food production. And with the less moisture, it means that we have less water to irrigate. We have less water that's going to the municipality, so we're going to be in real water, more severe water scarcity. And we're going to have, with a hotter climate and to maintain buildings, we need more energy. So for me, I don't work on climate change, I work on adaptation. And what does it do to the resource security perspective? So it's going to make our effort in securing basic needs of water, food, health, much more critical.
Thank you, sir. One more thing I want to ask. If you are talking about the adaptation, do you think we should go with the inherent vulnerability assessment of any particular area so that we can come up with the mitigation measures which can be delivered to the policymakers?
I mean, my answer to that is, you know, the solutions to climate change are incredibly complicated. If it was easy, we'd have already done it. Yeah? There are problems with behavioral change primarily. So if you delve down a little bit deeper, and I'm bound to say one of these things because I'm a university professor, it's about education. So knowledge is power. So if you know the problem, then you can do something about it. And too many people in the world do not know that climate is a problem or is the root cause of the problems that they're experiencing. And the second thing is data availability. Data needs to be freely available so people are accountable regarding their mitigations. I mean, this has been a real problem for the climate community. Indeed, COP27, one of the pieces of policy that they wanted to bring in was to identify who had met the Paris Agreement and who had not. But companies were unwilling to give their data or didn't know what data they needed to collect. I think that has to be a huge acceleration, that people need to be accountable for the decisions that they make or they do not make.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. One question from here, yes.
Assalamu alaikum. Mohammed Al-Aidoros from National Center for the Vegetation Cover. Prof. Benjamin was very informative presentation, and I appreciate you and other speakers. But we don't want to forget actually the lead that the Kingdom is doing and the effort, tremendous effort that the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia leading the global, okay, and especially in the Middle East, they are doing very tremendous effort to plant 10 billion trees, okay, for the Saudi Arabia, and for the Middle East, 40 billion. That means, okay, it will affect or participate positively, okay, to bring down the global temperature and make things better than anything. So my question is, we are planting 10 billion trees, okay, in Saudi Arabia. Is this, okay, will contribute positively to bring it down the global temperature and to stop the sea level rising? Thank you so much.
Giving climate change talks is difficult. Because about, you know, I mean, you know, as I sort of started off, I was invited to come here to your great kingdom, and people have been so welcoming to me. Had some great food, watched the soccer last night, had a really nice time. And I don't want to stand up here and be insulting to anyone. I was just delivering data and facts on climate. I'm a climate scientist. I know that if you go above 1.5 degrees C, the trees, if you want to plant them along the mangroves, will not survive. They will not survive. They won't draw down any carbon. I wrote a paper, and why I'll back that up. I mean, I'm a scientist, so I write peer review. So I wrote a paper that came out in Nature in the September issue. It was one of Nature's highlights of the year, and basically it was a meta-analysis of corals, mangroves, and salt marshes around the planet. If you go above 1.5 degrees C, the rate of sea level rise is so great that the mangroves can't keep their head above water, the marshes can't get their head above water, and the corals sink, and they all die. Okay, so your nature-based solutions on mangroves that I've seen, because they are an incredible resource for us to absorb carbon. Planting those mangroves don't work. They do not work if you don't reduce the productivity of petroleum. They don't work. They don't balance. So you can maybe, now I've not worked on terrestrial systems, but again, there must be a feed-off mechanism. It's a little bit about soil moisture. If you increase temperature, the soils are going to have less water. Those trees are not going to produce the carbon you're expecting them to. So when I think about these nature-based solutions, I love them because they're examples. The Earth has been trying out examples of how it works for billions of years. It's an incredible laboratory. So if mangroves exist in Mesopotamia 5,000 to 6,000 years ago, you know that you could replant them there and they will sequester carbon. That's the sort, we need to be a little bit, so I love nature-based solutions, but we cannot just say we're going to plant 1 million trees. Singapore has that. We have that program, Plant 1 Million Trees. We've been desperately trying to work with the national parks to say, where should you plant the trees? What spacing should you plant your trees? What are going to be the benefits in terms of not only carbon to do with shading, to reduce heat, moisture values, to reduce, again, the impact of heat stress, mental wellness to do with seeing nature, biodiversity. They're all the value added. So we try and integrate the ecologists with the governmental agency who are going around planting the trees. That's then the key. I love nature-based solutions. They've just got to be done in the appropriate manner.
Thank you. Thank you. Dr. Roxy has one question.
Hi, Roxy Kaul from the Indian Institute of Tropical Meteorology, Pune in India. Ben and Rabi, wonderful talks in the morning, quite enlightening on both climate change and water and soil. My question is to Ben. You showed the different shared socioeconomic pathways, the SSPs, and how in any of these scenarios, the emissions are going up and we are inevitably going towards 1.5 and probably 2 and beyond. And you mentioned at some point that carbon capture and storage are not potential solutions, and I agree with that there. But in a subsequent talk, Dr. Bashir, I guess, yeah, he showed or indicated that carbon capture and storage are potentially cost-saving solutions rather than reducing carbon emissions. Do you refute that? And what's your argument on that? That's my question.
Okay, so that, I mean, you know, so you're talking about the future. I mean, I can arm wave about it. It's not what I do. You know, I don't develop carbon capture and storage. You know, I'm not into renewables. I'm a climate scientist. Okay, so I'll just deal with data and facts. And so we produce more carbon dioxide in 2023 than we ever have done in the history of human civilization. Fact. Our temperature was higher in 2023 than, I would say, probably 120,000 years. Fact. You know, the price paid for producing carbon dioxide was the cheapest since records began. Fact. Okay, so what's the future hold? Well, it'll go back to one of the questions earlier. It's about data and accountability. So, you know, the presentation that followed me filled me full of hope that you've got one of the perhaps the biggest petrochemical industry on the planet, investing 60 to 70% of what? I didn't know what they were investing. Was that profit? Or was that R&D budget? I think that's quite important to say. Is it 60 to 70% into sustainability, or is it 60 to 70%
of the R&D budget?
Of their R&D. So that's not what so it's about data and accountability. So has that changed production of petroleum and carbon dioxide as a result? Can we see the accountability? And that's been the big problem with the Paris Agreement. You know, we know, like, there's a paper that came out recently that said something like 60% of all oil companies are overshooting their 1.5 degrees C policy. So we need to think about the future. So is carbon capture and storage a vehicle for reducing emissions? Well, of course it is, because theoretically, and when we've shown it done at small scale, it works. Again, it's how the Earth works. We have a carbon cycle, okay? We have a carbon cycle, and that is how you got the petroleum in the first place. So we know that we take carbon dioxide out of the atmosphere, you can condense it, you can liquefy it, put it under high pressure, and you can put it back under the ground. Whether we can do it at scale, that's not been shown, but there are significant investments in this. But it's got to be about a whole package. We've got to have about the will to change, not that we need to change to meet regulations, I think is the key for me.
If I may use the answer, take the opportunity to promote integrative solutions that I mentioned in when we look at food security as a big challenge, when we look at soil as a biggest carbon sink that has not been reached its potential.
Right.
I think this is where we should be heading at, is having a solution that integrates food security, water security with carbon management. It's all about carbon management. I think agriculture can be part of a solution. Today, agriculture is one of the problems, but agriculture has to be part of the solution, where you have integrated carbon management, integrated nutrient management, integrated water management. Agriculture is a biggest contributor to methane. It's the biggest sink to water use, and it has to be looked into in that context. So I take that opportunity to really promote, and I do believe in nature-based solutions. I think they do work. And planting trees, I salute you for that. I think they do work. They change the microclimate, they conserve soil, they conserve the ecosystem, they conserve biodiversity. And those are the sweet spots that we need to look at in terms of integrative solution that cuts across multiple challenges. Carbon change, in this case, water management, and food security. So thank you for the question.
Yeah, can I just add to that, it is all about integrated solutions. There's no one solution on this, and we need to think of the Earth holistically, that, you know, your oceans integrate with your terrestrial, integrate with your atmosphere, integrate with the cryosphere. It's only by doing that. How do we move forward with that? Well, I think that's where emerging universities play a huge role. That's why I moved to NTU. I moved to NTU because it was a young university. I was at Durham. Durham is 1,000 years old. I moved to Penn. It's 400 years old. NTU is just 30 years old. It's not siloed. It promotes interdisciplinary, holistic education. So an engineer works with a social scientist. A physicist works with an art student. And that's how we'll solve climate change. And the only thing, though, that I just want to add is that, and I don't know whether I didn't really deliver that very well. This problem is incredibly urgent. It's not something we can put off. Again, the scientific community about peaking carbon dioxide emissions, we have less than 6 years left. That's it. So, you know, if I look out upon this audience, particularly some of the young people in the middle to back rows, you're at the beginning of your life, the beginning of your education. Within 6 years, you'll know whether planet Earth is saved or not. Think about that. That's why it's so urgent, just 6 years. I've started that Climate Institute that I advertise. It's quite interesting. It's got a 6-year lifespan. By the time we finish that, I'll know whether the world has come together to solve climate change or whether the world has given up on the human species. And I've seen that said so many times, oh, the Earth will be fine. And I'm going like, what? What about my kids? I want them to live in a prosperous life. 6 years, that's all you've got to turn this around. 6 years.
Thanks for that wonderful discussion. I agree with the integrated approach, the transdisciplinary and transdepartmental work that we need, and the urgency of it. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much. One question from there.
My name is Ali Najim. I was the acting chairman of Saudi Green Building Councils until 2014. Actually, my question, my point here, you mentioned about reduction of oil is the solution. Actually, not that as a complete solution. Reduction, it takes time. We have to think about humanity on the long term, especially these days. The solution, as I introduced in Arabic, it is amart al-dhil, or shading architectures. We need our cities and our neighborhoods should be full of trees. I estimated that if we worked on that shading of streets, neighborhoods, cities, we may, I took as example one neighborhood, maybe 80% we can shade it with trees, and we will make a lot and great quantity of green cover or trees cover. This will make the change. This is not considered as a solution. If we think of this solutions or shading architecture, or as I said in Arabic, actually, this will transfer the cities, neighborhoods as solutions for the problem of climate change, especially in our areas, the hot arid regions. It will be a great solution for that. Thank you very much, and thanks a lot for all.
What a great comment. That's perfect. It's about local solutions to local problems. It's about thinking about how generations have adapted to hot climates and not forgetting indigenous knowledge. Yeah? So, you know, Saudi Arabia has been hot for a long time. Of course it has, just where based around its lines of latitude and longitude, okay? So it's about these type of solutions helping us out on the local level. I think that's what I would take from your point, and that it is about thinking, you know, trees are amazing parts of ecosystems. You know, the more we discover about trees and how their microbes talk to each other, how the roots of one tree message the roots of another tree on how it can survive in different environments. But we have to work together with ecologists, with people who understand soils and hydrology to plant the right trees. And there are so many, I've said this previously, there are just so many benefits to it. Not just about drawing down of carbon. So it's a very good point, but I'm a strong believer in indigenous knowledge. Over lunch today, we were talking about waste and how in many communities, I grew up in the UK where, you know, my mum made me eat everything on my plate. You know, you were given a small portion that was sustainable for your day, and you ate every single thing about it. Luckily, my mum was a really good cook, so I had really nice food, but I ate everything about it. And then I moved to the US, and what a wasteful culture it is. Huge portions where you don't eat all of it. That's about the food system. But then I'm in Singapore right now, and their communities is all traditionally is about reduce, recycle, and reuse. No new education is needed. Every single part of a chicken is eaten. They conserve their water. They recycle their plastic products. They don't waste money on cheap fashion. And that's part of their traditional culture. And I'm very big on that because that's how I was brought up. But I moved to America. My 3 kids are American. And me and my wife hammer them all the time about how wasteful my kids are. Because they live in this culture where, well, I can just buy my just my water. I mean, how precious has water been in the Middle East? How precious is it? But now we can get it in a plastic and we don't think anything about it. But we used to, and that's how we have to go back. And is that negative? No. I always think climate change isn't negative. It's about furthering yourself as a human being. The more I learn about climate change, the more I evolve in how I help the planet, I think I'm a better person. That's what it is about being a human being, looking after those who are less fortunate than yourself. And I'm fortunate. I'm white, I'm a male, I grew up in the UK, I've had a lot of advantages, and I'm trying to put it back. 6 years, remember folks, 6 years on climate change. That's all we have left.
Thank you so much, so alarming. Because of time constraint, we have to stop now because we have one more session. We can take 1 day, 2 days. It's not just 1 day, 2 day. It may take months to discuss and to find. We have to find a solution for that one. If you have something to
that was made, and for me, I'd like to emphasize the community. We in the West can learn a lot about how do we build community, because I think part of adaptation to climate change, to risks, is building a community. And I think there's something that we in the West have to learn a lot about building community and how can we adapt as a community rather than what we cherish the most as individual. And I think that's for me was the highlight of that comment. So thank you.
Thank you so much, all the speakers, Dr. Ben, Dr. Rabi, and all the participants and those who asked questions, which also increased our knowledge. Dr. Luai, do you have anything to say? We will have. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. As you know, this is the first time for us to have this conference. So, sorry that our program little bit squeezed and maybe some misarrangement in terms of the activities by releasing the program ahead of time. We promise you, inshallah, next time to avoid such issues. So what I'm talking about, because we have 4 themes, today 2 and tomorrow 2, and we made a competition for presenters, which posters, focusing on the students, even though professors, they are coming from different schools. And really we are thankful for people attended from everywhere in the kingdom, especially without missing names, الحدود الشمالية, حفر الباطن, تبوك, الباحة, جيزان, جامعة الأميرة نورة, which is really an opportunity for us to see you all here. And as you can see, many females really attended this conference, so we are proud to see them here. So what we did exactly in our arrangement, because today we have 2 sessions, so we said to presenters related to these 2 themes, okay, to present today. And then we will gonna have for theme number 1, all related presentations, a gift for the best presentation or poster, and on the second session, the same thing. So we missed up a little bit between these two issues. So we apologize, and we try to avoid this type of things in the future. So I would like really to ask for the theme number 1 and the winner for theme number 1, which is strategies for achieving sustainable development goals in the GCC. So the winner, or the title of the poster, production of hydrogen from seawater by using cobalt oxide in presence of scorps, and the name Muhammad Abdul Latif Ibrahim and Aisha Nawaf from Tabuk University. So please come forward. And our gift, in a simple way, 3D printing or printed coral reef. We have it long time ago in our center, maybe, I don't know, 40, 60, 80 years. But we tried our best to mix between the 3D printing.
Thank you so much for this organized. And remember, please remember, from seawater to fuel, and reduce
Could you please?
Reduce climate change. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Okay. So we'd like to start the second session. So just about the reward, it is 3D printing, which is we would like to use the fourth industrial revolution and relate them or relate the issue to the environment and try to create a link really between these two subjects. It is a symbolic idea with the little history of this, what you call coral reef that we are hosting. And it is coming from, I think, Karran airfield, what you call oil field. Thank you. Dr. Sobijit, could you please, and we start a second theme.
Thank you, Dr. Luai. Assalamu alaikum and good afternoon all. We are coming to the next session, which is stewardship of semi-arid terrestrial ecosystem. So talking about the terrestrial ecosystem, we can span across the different diversity aspect, starting from the Jabal Low's snowy peak towards the Rabal Khali desert, from Nafud through Zafura Sand Sea. So this topic will be very relevant to discuss about different geodiversity with the different biodiversity system. Talking about the worldwide perspective, worldwide dryland or semi-arid ecosystem is currently prone to heavy degradation, despite it provide the basis for the livelihood of 1/3 of the global population. This degradation may negatively impact the ecosystem services and consequently affect the productivity and ecosystem dynamics. In this context, global effort has to be made to understand the causes, consequences, and the sustainable management options for the semi-arid ecosystem. Today, we listen from various speakers in this session about the semi-arid ecosystem, wildlife, vegetation, threats, and consequences, and hopefully we will come out with a very good solution. So in this talk, in this session, the first talk we will be listening from Engineer Arif Al-Kalali. Engineer Arif is the General Advisor for Water Resource at MEWA and also the Chief Technical Advisor for the UNDP. He holds as BS in Hydrology and Water Resources from the University of Arizona and MSc in the Regional and Petroleum Geology from the University of Alberta. His career spans 3 decades in Saudi Aramco and 6 years in MEWA, leading projects such as Saudi Court for water resources, and aquifer storage and recovery. Floor is yours, Doctor. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this introduction, and thank you for the organizers of the GiKS, and for bringing all these different disciplines and different issues related to the sustainable future of the kingdom. As he introduced me as the Chief Technical Advisor of the UNDP, and I see young people with us, and I seek to know anybody who is young, so you with me, and who would like to work in the water sector, as the UNDP is the capacity building entity for MIWA. Thank you very much. Okay, first I would like to, so that we know what we are talking about, I would like to dwell on the title. I will leave the mirage word here for you to interpret after my presentation. But fostering resilience, what's resilience in common day terms? It's when you introduce a wave shock on any system, and it reproduces what it used to be without much damage. So in the water sector, for example, we had a wave of COVID-19, okay? That is a wave, that is a shock to the system. But our system in the kingdom was resilient enough to the point that we are proud of it. Also, our food system was resilient. So that's the resilience in the water system. And then we have limited water resources, as you all know, in the kingdom, but the word integrated in water resources management is very common in the water sector. Some of us do know it, and it is basically the coordinated management of water resources and land resources as well to achieve social and economic benefits without degrading the natural habitat and the ecosystem. That's basically it. And by saying here the coordinated, it means that you take stock, just what you were talking about here in the very nice discussion that we had right now. It is where you integrate all parties into your management systems, their concerns, their aspirations. I will speed up a little bit in the presentation. It contains some numbers. I will not dwell on them. The numbers are published. You go to the website of the Ministry of Water, of Environment, Water and Agriculture, and it is published. So what we will do, we will see how scarce water is in the kingdom and how the kingdom was able to cope with this water scarcity, and what do we have even for the future in order to cope with this scarcity. And also, we will show you that the kingdom is establishing a pioneering role globally when it comes to water management. Here is a map according to the World Bank, and you can see here clearly that the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, according to this publication, it has 56 millimeters of precipitation across the kingdom. This number may vary from different maps, but it shows you that the kingdom is very scarce in natural resources, and thus renewable resources are very scarce as well. Now, one fundamental or one major water resource in the kingdom are the non-renewable water resources. Those non-renewable water resources were deposited or were stored in mega aquifer systems in the kingdom. If you look to the map on the left, you see these curving colors around the Arabian Shield of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. And these colors are just the outcrops, the tips that come to the surface of these subsurface storage geological formations, and they are huge. They are basically extended over the whole kingdom. But they were recharged with water during when the climate in the Arabian Peninsula was wet, and it is stored there since 3,000, 10,000, 5,000 years ago. So they are non-renewable. They don't get significant recharge in the present day. The other part of the kingdom is the Arabian Shield. That's the blank part, third of the kingdom that is to the west. And that's where we can say we can harvest renewable water when it comes to rain. The map on the right, maybe it is not something that you will see in any publication, but it depicts the rate, the number to the left in the circles, it depicts the rate at which groundwater drops in level every year now. So we are facing a problem. And the number to the right is actually the magnitude of a drop since the start of the what we call the agriculture development in the kingdom. So here is some numbers of what is the distribution of demand in the kingdom. You can see that the agriculture is taking the most of this number varies across the years, but you can see that the agriculture and the food production takes most of the resources, and unfortunately it is mostly from non-renewable resources. Industrial and urban are about 28%. Now, when it comes to the term water stress is defined as the water that is naturally renewable, not the desalination, for example, or else. So whatever is naturally, and the proportion of consumption divided by the proportion that gets renewed. And you can see that on the map, the stress is very high on the kingdom globally. So we have a set of challenges. You can see all of these challenges around us. So we have water scarcity, you have groundwater depletion, drought, and climate change. You have agriculture, water use, ecosystem conservation, waste management, infrastructure investment. That there is a very high cost for laying conveyance pipes. Desalination is very costly, and you have to effectively allocate money to do it. So we have all of these challenges. So throughout our trip, or journey, I would say, in the kingdom, yes, there were great projects in water resources in the kingdom prior to the Vision 2030 of the kingdom. But particularly at the Vision 2030 of the kingdom, we saw that there is a sharp increase in population joined with a sharp increase in economic ambitions and projects, as well as the better lifestyle for the people of the kingdom. And that all demands a huge need for preparation for this in water resources. To this effect, we came to and put the National Water Strategy 2030, and we implemented the water law after it. And of course, out of the water law came the regulations tackling both the services and also the water resources management. So this is basically the high level, the level one dimensions of the National Water Strategy. It's the cost management. So we are tackling the cost management. We are tackling the economic sustainability. And these are economic and cost are very different things, okay? And then the environmental sustainability, equality and excellence. This is water resources, so we have to excel in our services and also to secure the supply. Technical problem? Okay. Program 2 of the National Water Strategy is named by name. It's Integrated Water Resources Management. And it is supposed to transform the management of water resources, groundwater and surface water, into the integrated water management practice verbatim. But it is conditioned for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. And it has 15 initiatives, including dividing the kingdom into management zones, measuring, monitoring, etc. And it's unfolding right away. And the program is also monitored carefully by a platform, and it is reported annually, the progress of it, to the highest supreme governance body in the kingdom. Okay, this is a collection of the, I probably leave this slide on for more time. This is a collection of the environmental approach in the National Water Strategy. Of course, you cannot isolate, probably when you work in water, everything is environmental, but these are tackle environmental issues in particular. For example, we have set for the desalination, it produces, it is high energy consumption, and thus it produces high carbon. So we have targets aligned with the targets of the kingdom and reducing emissions. And I can tell you that the SWCC have exceeded their objectives towards the year 2024. Other example would be the reuse of water and the increase, and we are working actively in order to relieve the non-renewable groundwater resources and replace them with treated wastewater, TSE. And we have just finished a plan of reuse of TSE until the year 2075. So basically, we have also established instruments to affect and to probably, I could say, mitigate the stress on water resources. That includes the digital licensing, and the digital licensing has a meaning here because it is linked with all the monitoring data, it is linked with all the scarcity data, and also with the minimum storage of water resources that should be available for drinking water. We are using, for example, crop water requirements. We are calculating, we are offering the farmers a platform where they can learn the amount of water that they can allocate for their crop without exceeding the amount, in order also for them to preserve energy and to preserve the soil as well. So we are creating those common winning situations with the users. Okay, don't mind the numbers on the right. It's just here that we have, for the supply of water, we have 577 dams, more than close to 9,000 wells, and 143 treatment plants for wastewater. Okay, here comes the water law. The water law is all encompassing for both the water resources, that is groundwater and surface water, and also it is encompassing for the services. For the services, now there is a whole body called the regulator. They regulate the water surfaces, and also they have their environmental objectives within their regulations. We also have, from this water law, we are also deducing regulations and requirements for the farmers or for the users, let me say. One of them is to install, for example, a meter on each well in order to help each other, actually, I would say, control the flow, not to be beyond the requirements. That's basically and I am also working on a water resources code, which will actually affect the integrated water resources management practices throughout the 13 regions of the kingdom. An important part of the national water strategy is the restructuring. Before the, and this is verbatim from the National Water Strategy Assessment, the water sector was loose in terms of assigning roles and also how the money flows between the different components of the sector. When the National Water Strategy came, first it restructured each component and defined the relationship between each component. For example, now the Saudi Irrigation Organization is the main custodian of the treated wastewater, and they are supposed to be reusing it instead of groundwater for irrigation. And I know, I visited, for example, Al-Hassa region here, just 200 kilometers from here. They use 50% of the irrigation water is reuse. It is pumped from Khobar here all the way to Al-Hassa. Okay, I'll leave this one for some time here, and it shows you the development in the sector by numbers in terms of achievements and not projects. And to the left, you can see that the production doubled since the year 2016. The transmission line capacity doubled, okay? The storage doubled. The distribution, there is an increase, but there is one part that I would like you to know, that we are at race with the distribution, because the more production we have, the more distribution is required. So is it the case with the wastewater treatment. The reuse also tripled almost. I'm not saying we are doing a good job. Still, there is a gap in that part. Basically, most of the gap is due to the lack of transmission mechanism between the user and the production. These are just some photos where we install meters. At the first phase batch, we have to install around 15,000 meters on major consumers of groundwater. And also we are installing monitoring instruments on the drilling rigs in order to control the drilling of water wells. And these data go to a center that we call Hafid. It's a platform. And this Hafid platform, where all the data, the monitoring data, will be linked, and also it will be linked with the groundwater monitoring stations and surface water monitoring stations. This is just a restatement of the integrated water management approach. And I can tell you, although we have the plan to go into management area level of integrated water resources management, the national water strategy, as seconded by UN Water, and also by the head of UN Water, and also the head of water in the World Bank, is a world-class model of integrated water management on a country level. Okay, also, we took this globally. We took the advancement in the water resources management of the kingdom globally, and when the G20 was here, we were the first to put the water issue and the water subject on the table of the G20, to the point where it reached to the leaders' declaration. And also we established a permanent G20 platform where the countries can share their best practices in water, and it is available and open to everybody globally. Our first, what we call the meeting on water, is a dialogue on water. We tackled the G20 resilience and how countries responded to that. In summary, the KSA water management journey is long, but it has been boosted by the National Water Strategy, which is basically an integrated water resources management approach that includes legal framework, regulatory programs, and regulatory initiatives, and they are being monitored and evaluated and reported to the highest supreme entity in the country, and it is being reviewed, and it is the cycle of the process of integrated water resources management. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Engineer Arif. It's a really wonderful presentation to know about the water strategies and the various aspects, the strategy level aspect that government is taking care of. We have now the second presentation by Dr. Stuart William. Dr. Stuart is International Biodiversity Consultant and currently working in the National Center for Wildlife. Dr. Stuart has completed his PhD in conservation ecology. His major research areas are conservation of biodiversity, ecology, ecosystem services, and ecological processes, protected area planning, tourism planning and development in the protected area, and so on. Dr. Stuart, his experience for 20 years involved in various worldwide biodiversity conservation projects, and he also involved in various national, international NGOs. With this short introduction, I will hand over the floor to Dr. Stuart. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum, Masa khair. Good afternoon, everybody, and thanks for inviting me to make a presentation this afternoon. I am the Chief Advisor to the Protected Areas Directorate at the National Center for Wildlife based in Riyadh. And this afternoon I'll be talking about terrestrial systems in particular, but of course we also are concerned and think about marine ecosystems as well. But the particular perspective that I'm talking about this afternoon is those of protected areas. Just a quick overview of the things that I will be covering within the talk is the overriding initiatives that are housed within the National Center for Wildlife. To talk briefly about the Saudi Green Initiative's 30 by 30 target, the institutional framework of NCW, some of the science that underpins the work that we carry out, and that leads on to the protected area planning for the kingdom, and then processes that we go through to establish and manage protected areas. Of course, many of the areas within the kingdom are degraded, so we are looking at rewilding and restoring. And then some of the fundamental aspects to make this all work, the developing the capacity of people across the kingdom, financing the protected areas, monitoring effectiveness, and then moving towards international recognition and the conclusions. Just to, this is supposed to be a slightly aspirational talk. We're looking to the future from a status that we're in at the moment. And this builds on the Saudi Green Initiative, as I'll mention just now. But these are the 11 initiatives that are carried out within the National Center for Wildlife. And this talk really focuses on these two, which is the expansion of the protected area system within the kingdom, and then moving from the expansion to the operationalization and management of those areas across the kingdom. So what we really think, and just to flag on, that these also touch on many of the other initiatives within the kingdom, and this moves to some of the things that previous speakers have been talking about, is if we think about protected areas in a siloed system, it simply doesn't work. We need to have cross-cutting, we need to talk to each other, we need to break down the silos that exist within these institutions. We need to work together for these solutions. In terms of the framework for the work that we're carrying out, this falls within the Saudi Green Initiative, and particularly the seventh objective of the Saudi Green Initiative, which talks about the protected areas within the kingdom. That is a hugely ambitious goal to achieve 30% of the kingdom, both in terrestrial and marine systems, 30% of the kingdom to be protected in one form or another by 2030. That's a hugely ambitious goal, but fits within the Montreal Kunming targets that emerged in 2022. But in fact, the Saudi Green Initiative enshrined this target before those targets were agreed in the Montreal and Kunming agreements. So this predated that and is a hugely ambitious goal. And what we're basically doing here is playing for time. We're trying to give nature a chance. This is a nature-based solution to some of the issues that have been mentioned earlier this morning and today. In terms of dealing, this is adaptation and mitigation of climate change. We're trying to give nature a chance. And then this is a nature-based solution to some of those issues. I'll just touch briefly on this. This is the framework for the Protected Areas Directorate within the National Centre for Wildlife. And these are the aims and objectives of the Directorate, which is really to establish, manage, and operate these protected areas across the kingdom. One of the things that I'd like to highlight right from this moment is that this is something that we can't do alone. The National Centre for Wildlife is not the only custodian of protected areas in the kingdom, and in fact that exists today. So we have royal reserves, we have the Royal Commission for Alula, we have other protected areas in the kingdom, and we need to go through a process of recognizing the other effective measures for conservation that go on. And so there's some really fantastic examples of that within the kingdom, and what Aramco does in some of the areas over which it has responsibility is a really good example of that. And we'd like to recognize those areas as protected areas to add to this overall total of 30% of the kingdom. So partnership is a key aspect of it. And one of the things that we'll be aiming to do this year one of the last things here is to develop a standard for the kingdom, a standard for protected areas, so that we all start to talk the same language when it comes to protected areas within the kingdom. Just a little bit of detail within the way that we structure ourselves and the thinking, and this really speaks about the flow of planning, identifying and selecting protected areas across the kingdom, moving towards the operationalization of those and the governance and the inclusive aspects of protected areas, how we work with visitation. And you notice that I don't use the term ecotourism here, because it's not just ecotourism. We're talking about visitation, we're talking about experiential visits to these protected areas. We're talking about ensuring that people don't leave a trace when they go to it. And of course, there will be in the future an aspect of revenue generation from the areas. But one of the principles that underpins our work is we want free access, at least for the nationals of this country, free access to protected areas, so that they serve as a public good. And they serve as a place where people can visit and enjoy. Operations is obviously a key aspect to this, making sure that these areas operate optimally and that efficiently and effectively. We're obviously concerned with the welfare of our staff. These people are living in some extraordinarily remote parts of the country and are extraordinarily challenging situations, and we're concerned obviously about their welfare in these areas. And finally, of course, we have a very detailed monitoring, evaluation, adaptation, and learning process so that as we move forward, we monitor what we're doing, we learn from those processes, and we re-plan as a result of that. This is all based on the science of conservation, and this wheel, this circle, is a really globally accepted mechanism, and it's basically a strategic planning process from identifying goals, moving through from the identification of those goals to planning, to implementation, to monitoring and evaluation, to reviewing where we are in those goals. We are really striving for excellence and innovation, and one of the things about this particular meeting is thinking about innovation in order for sustainability. And one of the things that we're bringing to the table within the National Centre for Wildlife is really some innovative practices when it comes to protected areas. We're lifting the bar from what was historically across much of the globe a colonial practice of imposing a particular projection, a particular view of nature on areas and often on people, and often leading to the displacement of people. What we're trying to do is actually move to bring the best thinking to the table and lifting the bar as high as we can, so that ultimately Saudi Arabia and the protected areas within the kingdom will be recognized as among some of the best practitioners of protected area management in the world. And that really has started. We're already on that journey, starting with the criteria that we use for identifying and selecting the protected areas that we're working in, and I'll come to that in a short while. We are carrying out feasibility studies that are really very detailed, and probably more detailed than have been carried out anywhere in the world to date. And another part that people have been talking about earlier today is talking about integration. We're not just talking about the biodiversity. We're not just talking about the ecosystem services. We're also talking about the people that live within and surrounding these areas and the relationships that they have with nature, the spiritual, the sacred, the taboos and totems, the biophilias that exist, and the relationships and dependencies that those people have, and building up on that indigenous knowledge that exists amongst those people. So that's one of the things that we will certainly be doing. I've talked a little bit about the visitation, and then we move on to the global standards for monitoring and evaluation, the MET4, and striving for what is the global standard for protected area management, the IUCN green listing. We already have 2 sites which are in the pipeline for green listing. We have a lot of work to do before they are green listed, but we anticipate that within the coming years we will have 2, 3, 4, up to many areas across the kingdom that will be listed as within the IUCN green listing. And I'll come back to the innovative financing mechanisms later on in the talk. So I'm just going to touch on some of the bits that we've been working on reasonably recently. In terms of planning protected areas, how do you go about lifting where we are today, which is about 16% of the kingdom covered by protected areas? How do we go from 16% to 30%? You need to think about where to put those areas. So we have various bits of information. This is data-driven. It's not, the picture is not complete, because somebody was talking about earlier, the integration. In the National Centre for Wildlife, we currently have very few social scientists. We are basically a group of ecologists, planners, mappers. We don't have very many social scientists to reach out to the people, and that is a gap that we are currently working to fill, to build a team with capacity to go out and work with the people to identify their relationships with nature. So here we have the ecosystems of the kingdom mapped out, and then we have also mapped out the areas of highest biodiversity. And of course, those are things that we are using when we start to move towards planning protected areas. We also look at the different taxonomic groups, usually working at a species level, but occasionally if you're working with invertebrates, you tend to work at higher levels, and we haven't even begun to consider the other living kingdoms. We haven't even figured out how to bring in fungi. We haven't even begun to figure out how to bring in the protozoans. So there are some enormous gaps here when it comes to our knowledge and building a protected area network around that. So we do the best we possibly can with the data that we have, When I talk about the endemicity, the species that are threatened with extinction, the species that are restricted range, etc., we're really looking primarily at vertebrates and sometimes invertebrates. And of course, we consider the plants within those ecosystems. Just to introduce some of the things that we're beginning to bring into that is the sociocultural and socioeconomic factors. I've talked a little bit about the sacred and the spiritual, the cultural heritage sites, and that's not just the archaeological sites, but it's also the intangible cultural heritage that exists within the kingdom. The ancient himmas, which are primarily agriculture. You've also got some ancient pastoral systems, livestock herding systems here, which we want to recognize and we want to build into these protected areas. And we want to do a very first thing for the kingdom this year is to recognize a community conservation area where the management and operation of a particular area is transferred, the responsibility is transferred to local communities, and those are recognized by the government, by the National Centre for Wildlife, amongst others, as a protected area. So these are the things that we're starting to build into the protected area planning systems. This, I told you about the criteria. These are the criteria that we're currently using. This is basically lifting, this is one of the things where we are starting to lift the bar, not just to global standards, but above global standards. So we're working towards publishing this work and testing it out on the areas around the kingdom because it's dependent very much on the thinking in the National Centre for Wildlife, but also from benchmarks around the world. So this is the situation where we are today. We are within the terrestrial systems. There is 18.1% of the country is covered by protected areas. Of course, I put in brackets here, it's 6.9 of the marine protected areas. But by 2030, we want to move up to 30%, both of the terrestrial systems and the marine systems. And of course, we have set a benchmark for 2025 as we build the systems across the country. The other part to this is, of course, as I've said earlier, we're not doing this alone. The Royal Reserves, the Royal Commissions, community conservation areas, and we're looking at all kinds of governance of protected areas to recognize those so that they would all contribute to this 30% target. And so this is what the map looks like. So on the left, we have the current status. You have the King Salman Reserve, which is the large area in the north of the country, which is one of the largest protected areas in the world at 135,000 square kilometers, an enormous area of great significance. But on the right, you have the planning processes towards which we are working. It looks like a bit of a hodgepodge. There's a lot of work that still needs to be done to finalize this map. The gray areas, for example, we are just beginning to look at those gray areas and their significance and putting them through those criteria to see how they fit and their value within a protected area state for the kingdom. So this is the process, the complete process that we're putting in place in order to start at the beginning, taking an area within the kingdom. We go through the process of identification and selection. We then work to carry out a feasibility study, these detailed feasibility works. Of course, there is a negotiation phase. There are people involved, there's politics involved. There are lots of interested people, interested entities in the protected areas. So we need to sit around a table, sit under the shade of a tree, wherever we are, and talk to people and come up with agreements that are meaningful and valuable. And we don't want to alienate. We don't want to alienate any of the people or the stakeholders out there. We then moved towards the designation, and the designation of protected areas in the kingdom is a process in and of itself. It requires a stepwise process and eventually ends up on the desks of the Royal Court for final designation. And it can be a reasonably lengthy process. Once an area is designated, we then move into development, and finally all the way to the adaptive management of those areas. And you'll see at the bottom that we have some form of timeline, some sort of estimated timeline to doing this. And you'll see at the end, it is our estimation that we want to put these in place in perpetuity. That means forever. That means that when they are recognized and they are built, they will be there for our grandchildren and our great-grandchildren and all generations of humans thereafter because of their value, some of which I'll come back to just now. Many parts of the kingdom are degraded, so many of the areas in which we'll be working require rewilding and restoration. Rewilding is a word that came into popular parlance relatively recently, but it's all about restoring natural systems, looking at the species assemblages that existed within these, and of course the focus has largely been on mammalian fauna, but there's also the vegetation and all the rest of the ecosystems and ecosystem services that surround these areas. Of course, building capacity is essential. Our teams within the National Centre for Wildlife are going through that process now, but when we interact with local communities, when we interact with local authorities, when we interact with anybody out there, they're understanding their responsibilities within the framework of a protected area system needs to be recognized and built. And many parts of that refer back to the leadership, the management, and the technical aspects. We know what we need to do. We need to put other institutional parts together in order to ensure that these places are managed as effectively as they should be. People often think about the financing. We are building an estate of protected areas across the kingdom. It's going to be 30% of the kingdom will be protected areas, and we need to come up with, we have already come up with some innovative financing plans to cover what may initially seem as a deficit, but is not, because we have a plan. We only have actually secured 10%, but the remaining 90% are covered with a series of innovative financing mechanisms. And I think that that's, again, something that at the cutting edge, this is where we're bringing innovation, because the bill, the bill will be substantial in order to build all the infrastructure. The capital bill will be large, as well as the operational bill thereafter. But we do have some innovation financing plans to cover all those costs. The monitoring and evaluation I talked basically about briefly. We're using the global standard again for monitoring the effectiveness of protected areas. And again, we're taking a further step by building results frameworks for each protected area. So it's not just taking the monitoring, evaluation, tracking tool that is used across the world for protected areas, but we're lifting it up to contextualize it within the very area in which any one of these protected areas exist, building a results framework and making sure that it's contextually appropriate. And there are many stories that I can tell about how flawed these global systems can be when people try and impose them in a context. I've worked in Papua New Guinea with local communities that when you try and do this meta-analysis, they throw up their hands after a few years and they say that you've made promises, and then they reject the whole concept of a protected area and they disband it and they abandon it. So we actually lose protected areas when you start to try and impose these global standards into a local context. So we need to be very mindful of how to move forward within that local context. And then we finally move towards international recognition. And you may know that last September, Urak Bani Marid, a reserve in the south of the kingdom, was recognized as the kingdom's first natural World Heritage Site. It's obviously a great step to take. This is it is the first for the kingdom. And we have 3 other natural World Heritage Sites in the pipeline. The teams are working to develop those, and by 2030, we anticipate that there will be at least 2 new natural World Heritage sites within the kingdom. But one of the interesting things, of course, about the kingdom is that there is a close association between the cultural sites and the natural sites. So we do work with the Heritage Commission in identifying joint cultural and natural World Heritage sites across the kingdom. Just to conclude then, this obviously is a Hubara bustard with its blindfold on, and we're not hopefully going blindly into this task. And really the final question which you might put to me, I'm an ecologist, you might put to me as an ecologist, what does it take to achieve effective, efficient, equitable and connected protected areas? It takes knowledge. We've had a lot of data-driven presentations up to now. There's an awful lot of politics involved. We need to build institutions. We need to relate to all the people, all the stakeholders that are involved. There's an awful lot of politics involved because you're talking about land and you're talking about people and you're talking about people's livelihoods, and we need to be cognizant and mindful of all of those. We need to think about those innovative financing mechanisms. We need to build trust. And that's amongst all of the people. We need to build capacities and competencies. We need to ensure that it's inclusion, and that's related to the governance. We also would like to engender this word that E.O. Wilson came up with, which is biophilia. The connections that people have with nature, and nurture those to ensure that people who live in urban centers don't lose their connection to nature. And I'm astonished to arrive 7 months ago into the kingdom and find some of the biggest camping stores that I've ever seen, which speaks of a connection to nature and the people of Saudi Arabia's connection and their love to be in nature. So that is a really solid foundation on which to build. And that really is where we're heading towards. That's the ambitious goal of the National Centre for Wildlife. We hope to achieve a thriving diversity of life in the astonishing landscapes of the kingdom. And I speak about the landscapes right this moment because we're talking about terrestrial systems within this particular session, but in fact that could also be the astonishing seascapes of the kingdom as well. Shukran jazilan.
Well, this was very mesmerizing presentation for me personally, because when we able to visit the Rukbani Marid protected area, the landscape, the longitudinal dune and the biodiversity, it's really amazing. It is something, the aeolian diversity and the aeolian landscape, how it is linked with the ecosystem. It's very interesting for the not only ecologists, but being a geomorphologist, it's also attract my attention. Well, move to the next speaker. Dr. Muhammad Zafirul Islam. Dr. Muhammad Zafirul Islam, he's completed his PhD from Illinois State University on conservation biology of Arabian leopard. Last 25 years, Dr. Zafirul Islam is working on the various ecological aspects in the terrestrial areas. Currently, he is working as a senior environmental scientist in Saudi Aramco and responsible for expanding and managing biodiversity protected area. Last 27 years, Dr. Muhammad served as a research director and the manager in the reintroduction at National Center for Wildlife, Saudi Arabia, for recognizing, for settling biodiversity monitoring guideline, assessing national and global policies, and developing national action for the threatened species. With a short introduction, I would like to hand over the stage to Dr. Zafirul Islam. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Thank you very much indeed for giving an introduction. Well, I've been working in Saudi Arabia since last almost 17 years. And before joining Saudi Aramco, I was with the National Center for Wildlife, almost spent 15 years dealing with the reintroduction program and ecological studies on various species. So I'll be talking about the rewilding. It's one of the newly conceptualized areas where we have to restore the habitat and ecosystem in general, and restoring those species which are either on the verge of extinction or their population has been gone down significantly for these years. Rewilding is, as we know, that the process of restoring natural ecosystem to their former state by allowing natural process to rewilding, including reintroducing native species, removing the stresses, or the impact of the human beings on those ecosystems, and bring back all those species to the natural world. And we already lost these species from the country a long time before, and those include, and we are trying to, and government is trying to bring back these species to the wild, including the cheetah, Asiatic cheetah. Look at this, the current status that we have significant number of mammal species, are included in the threatened list of the IUCN. That includes, for example, the Arabian leopard, as well as the Arabian oryx and species of gazelles and so on. So what Saudi Aramco has been dealing with that, to restore those species, and as well as the ecosystem and the habitat to bring back those species to the wild. And the scope is to, again, to restore the habitat where they were distributed, historically, and where we have the company has the land, and restoring those lands and bring back those species is one of the targets of the company. And as the previous speaker told you, that there are a large number of area needs to be protected. 30% is a wish list. But slowly, we all working together, not only the Center for Wildlife, but Aramco and other area royal reserves are significantly putting lots of efforts and resources to protect those lands and bring back all those species to the wild. And criteria, as we have already mentioned, that the species recovery is extremely important, especially for those species which are either on, their population has gone down, or they have been listed in the critically or threatened category of the IUCN, and species which are either close to the extinction, for example, the Arabian leopard. So we have to work together to restore those species and their habitat and ecosystem in larger format. Saudi Aramco has been dealing with, helping and supporting the research on these species, and supporting this university as well at the same time. And for example, the marine turtles research program has been supported by the company, and their ecology and biology has been studied, and the company is also supporting, bringing about the strategy and action plan to work together on a collective way in association with all those related agencies in the country. Not only just one organization, they should focus on the conservation, but we should work together to achieve the goals, overall goals of the country. Just few examples where we have been working and restoring the habitat and species. This is Bara bustard, one of the threatened species of the world, and their population gone down not only in wintering site, but as well as in the breeding site in Central Asia and elsewhere as well. And in northern Saudi Arabia, where it used to be breeding in a significant number, but now population gone down. So we are working together to bring back and restore this species and its habitat. Look at the right, these protected areas, these blue dots showing the Saudi Aramco presence and restoring the habitat. And my colleague will be speaking in detail about these, the program and outreach program, and to convey the message of the conservation in these areas. This is one of the species, it's called the Asir magpie, which is there's the only endemic species in the kingdom, and nowhere else in the world. It is somewhere in the Asir area, in the southwestern highlands of the country. And so Saudi Aramco has been putting a lot of efforts and to conserve and protect this species and its habitat. So restoration is one of the targets of the biodiversity section of the company. Similarly, we have one of the reserves is called the Shaiba Reserve in Rub al Khali, where we have been releasing and protecting, monitoring the threatened species, for example, the Arabian oryx and 2 species of ghazals, the sand ghazal especially, and ostrich. And all other species which are the native, they are coming back to because of the protection given to that land. The Arabian ghazal also is called a reem. Again, the country, look at the distribution at the moment, but this species has been released in several protected areas where it used to have in a significant number and gone down and hunted down, but now bringing back with the association with all different agencies in the country. And Saudi Aramco is, investing, resources to protect this species as well at the same time in Shaiba Reserve. Similarly, the red-necked ostrich, look at this, we used to have the Arabian ostrich in the country, which is extinct from the wild, as well as there's no specimen left in the captivity even. So the closely genetically related to Arabian ostrich is the red-necked ostrich, or we call it northern ostrich. We found that the eggshells, the extinct one from Rub al Khali and in the north, and one of the publications we did on that. So this bird is closely related to that, and that's the reason we are releasing them and in various protected areas, including the Shaiba Reserve of the Saudi Aramco. That's it. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, Doctor, for this wonderful presentation. And it's really interesting to know about the reintroduction program and various species that he cited from his work. So next, it will be a joint presentation. Dr. Engineer Abdulaziz Al Jamal and Engineer Muhammad Al Sami. So I will call for the presentation. Yep, from Wakam. Yep, please.
يلزمني.
طيب
اوكي. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. عبد العزيز إبراهيم الزامل، مستشار قطاع الصحة النباتية بمركز وقا. طبعا خدمت في الوزارة سنوات طويلة في وقاية المزروعات في المركز الوطني، متخصص في النبات ووقاية النبات وكذلك المبيدات طال عمرك. طبعا نتكلم عن النباتات الغازية في المملكة. طبعا المشروع هذا مشترك بيننا وبين المركز الوطني لتنمية الغطاء النباتي ومكافحة التصحر حقيقة، والمركز برضه المركز حماية حياة فطرية برضه لهم دور في هالشيء هذا. لكن احنا كنا مع الزملاء في المركز الوطني لتنمية الغطاء النباتي ومكافحة التصحر كثير حقيقة، واشتغلنا معهم كثير حقيقة. طبعا تكلموا شيء عن انواع الغازية. الانواع الغازية
طبعا هو مصطلح يستخدم في علم الأحياء تصنيف نبات أو حيوان أدخل طبعا إلى بيئة معينة وانتشر فيها بشكل مفرط أو غير مرغوب فيه، وأثر سلبا على الموائل والمناطق البيئية التي غزاها تأثير اقتصادي أو بيئي أو اجتماعي. أهم سمات الأنواع النباتية الغازية: قدرة عالية على التأقلم مع الظروف الجوية والبيئية، تكاثر سريع، قدرة عالية على الانتشار الحيوي، ونموها كذلك سريع. بعض الخسائر: طبعا تقدر الأمم المتحدة أن الخسائر السنوية للنباتات الغازية والأنواع الغازية تصل إلى 423 مليار دولار، حيث تلعب هذه الأنواع الغازية دور رئيسي في تسجيل انقراض 60% من الكائنات الحية النباتية والحيوانية. طبعا هذه النباتات لما تدخل بيئة معينة جديدة فإنها يعني تنتقل عن طريق الإنسان أو عن طريق الحيوان أو عن طريق التجار أو عن طريق نباتات الزينة، تنتقل إلى منطقة أخرى وتكاثر فيها. طبعا لما تكاثر فيها طبعا تهاجم وتسيطر على المنطقة بحيث أنها تقضي على كثير من الأنواع الحيوانية والنباتية. طبعا تقدر الولايات المتحدة تكلفة بمبلغ 120 مليار دولار سنويا، في حين قدرت خسائر اقتصادية في أوروبا ب 12.5 مليار دولار. تسببت الأنواع الغازية بصورة مباشرة أو غير مباشرة في معظم الحالات إلى انقراض بعض الثدييات والطيور والبرمائيات وغيرها. التكلفة الاقتصادية والبيئية والاجتماعية لاستخدام مبيدات مكافحة الأنواع الغريبة الغازية تمثل هيئة أخرى سببا رئيسيا في ضياع التنوع البيولوجي والتلوث البيئي، وتمثل تهديد لصحة الإنسان. طبعا لما أتكلم عن الموضوع هذا حقيقة خاصة في حالة النباتات، أنا بتكلم عن النباتات الآن. لما تستخدم المبيدات يعني أنت الحين عالجت بشيء يعني ضار بعد، اللي هو المبيدات، وهذه مشكلة كبيرة حقيقة. طبعا لما تدخل النباتات الغازية تعرف النباتات بأنها نباتات أدخلت، هذه طبعا النباتات الغازية فقط يعني أدخلت إلى بيئة معينة عن قصد أو غير قصد، وانتشرت فيها بشكل مفرط أو غير مرغوب فيه، ما أثر سلبا على المواطن البيئية اللي يدخل لها. يبلغ عدد النباتات الغازية في المملكة أكثر من 70 نبات غازي، منها 4 نباتات من العائلة الصبارية. طبعا أنا أذكر أهمها 4 نباتات، اللي هو التين الشوكي الاقتصادي وأتكلم عنه إن شاء الله، التين الشوكي البري أو يطلق عليه البلس، وعندنا 2 من أنواع الصباريات اللي هو صبار هيدسون وصبار سبيولاتا. بالإضافة إلى النباتات الأربعة هذه تعتبر برضو أهم النباتات الموجودة الغازية الأربعة، وهذه الثانية. البروسوبس مشكلة كبيرة حقيقة، نواجه مشكلة كبيرة في المملكة منه. الثقب الكاذب، اللانتانا، هو عبارة عن نبات زينة أدخل وموجود في بعض المناطق يعتبر نبات زينة، ولكن انتشر انتشار كبير خاصة في مناطق فيفا، القصب والحلفة والأرجمون. هذه الصور للصبار الاسطواني اللي هو سبيولاتا في الباحة، منتشر في الباحة. طبعا أكثر النباتات الغازية الموجودة في المملكة كلها في المناطق الجنوبية الغربية، يمكن 70 إلى 80% من النباتات الغازية الموجودة في المنطقة، توفر الظروف الجوية مناسبة. هذا الصبار هيدسون. طبعا الصبارات هذه سبحان الله لما يدخل حتى يعني سبحان الله الشوك حقه هذا يعني صراحة يعني قصة ثانية. لما يدخل جسم الإنسان فيه زي الخطاف، لما يدخل تطلعه صعب مرة يعني حقيقة مشكلة كبيرة على الإنسان والحيوان. طبعا هذا البرشومة والتين الشوكي وانتيا فيكاس انديكا، هذا حقيقة هو اقتصادي، يعتبر من أهم النباتات في شمال أفريقيا، يعتمد عليه يمكن أكثر من 15% في بعض دول أفريقيا، في المغرب وفي تونس وفي الجزائر يعتمدوا على هذا اعتماد كبير في عملية كمحصول اقتصادي، طبعا خاصة من الزيوت ومن الأوراق حقته. احنا في المملكة يعتبر اقتصادي في منطقة الطائف، يعني احنا ما نستفيد إلا من الثمار، وليس ما نستفيد من كل حاجة من النبات، حقيقة نستفيد فقط من الثمار. وهذه طبعا المشكلة. طبعا في عسير انتشار كبير حقيقة، شوف كيف يعني ينافس النباتات الطبيعية، بعد فترة ما تشوف ولا نبات طبيعي هنا، يعني هذه مشكلة كبيرة حقيقة وحطيناها. رغم ذلك احنا سوينا ورشة عمل دولية في الباحة العام الماضي أو عام 22 بخصوص هذا، لأنه يعتبر محصول اقتصادي، وحنا حقيقة شلناه من طريقة أو بأخرى من النباتات الغازية، ولكنه يعتبر حقيقة غازي ومؤثر جدا. طبعا عندنا المهم الأخير أخطر نبات عندنا اللي هو بروسوبس. بروسوبس صراحة مشكلة كبيرة، يعني تاكلوا الجمال ويطلع مع مخلفات الجمال تكرمون هذه، والبذور حقته حلوه وجميله. طبعا عائل كثير من الامراض وجدنا عليه نمو الذباب الابيض، يكون عائل ممتاز خاصه في المواسم التي لا يوجد فيها محاصيل. تبغى الكاذب موجود منتشر في المنطقه الجنوبيه الغربيه، خاصه في منطقه الطايف ومنطقه الباحه، وهي طبعا بذوره صغيره ينتج تقريبا حول مليون. النبات الواحد يمكن ينتج مليون بذره، نسبه الحيويه تقريبا تصل الى 100%، لذلك ينتشر انتشار كبير خاصه في الطرق والمحلات يعني الاوديه. طبعا عندنا اللانتانا نبات جميل ونبات حقيقه يعني من نباتات الزينه المميزه في المملكه، ولكن في المناطق الجنوبيه في منطقه في جبال فيفا انتشار كبير، في المزارع غطى المزارع حقيقه والله، حتى المزارعين يشتكون كثير من وجود هالنبات هذا. اوكي، هذا طبعا هذا اللي هو البراثينيوم. البراثينيوم من اخطر النباتات صحيا على الانسان، يسبب الحساسيه وماده سامه لما تشربه تاكل الاغنام قد يؤدي الى وفاته، وحتى الحليب يصير حليبها مر وقد يكون سام للانسان اللي يستخدم الحليب. وطبعا هذا منتشر انتشار بسيط ومحدود حقيقه في المنطقه الحدوديه بين السعوديه واليمن. القصب موجود في كل مكان حقيقه، ويعتبر حتى تكلمنا مع الزملاء قال الحين يعتبر محلي صراحه لانه منتشر من سنوات طويله. وكذلك القصب والحلفه برضه، يعني حقيقه الحلفه لما تشوفها تقول المشكله لا القصب ولا الحلفه، بالنباتات اللي تاثر على التربه وتمشي وريزوميات، نباتات ريزوميه. الارجيمون برضه نبات خطير ولكنه مؤذي حقيقه في المزارع. طبعا اداره الوقايه النباتات الغازيه، عندنا الوقايه طريق وضع التشريعات، اكتشاف المبكر والاستجابه السريعه، الاستئصال عن طريق المعرفه الجيده بالنوع الغازي، المراقبه عندما يفشل الاستئصال يتم التحكم بالانواع الغازيه بحيث تكون الاضرار الاقتصاديه والاجتماعيه والبيئيه مقوله، وذلك عن طريق المكافحه سواء كيميائيه او ميكانيكيه او حيويه، احيانا تجد حيويه، انا بتكلم عن الموضوع ان شاء الله. المكافحه الحيويه استخدمت مصطلح عام 1919، انا مستعجل لان في كثير صراحه سلايدات لكن احاول اخلص في وقت ان شاء الله مناسب. يعتمد نجاح التطبيق على فهم بيولوجي وبيئي لكل من الآفة والكائنات الحية النافعة، وتعتبر المكافحة الحيوية مفتاح نجاح برامج المكافحة المتكاملة للآي بي إم. من الصعب تطبيق المكافحة الحيوية على كل الكائنات، فقد تنجح في التقليل من آفة أو عدة آفات، وقد تكون وسيلة فعالة لمكافحة آفات أخرى. تميز المكافحة الحيوية بالتالي: طريقة ذاتية التكاثر تساعد فعاليتها دون تدخل يذكر خاصة الأشجار، تنتشر الأعداء الطبيعي في مكان إطلاقها إلى مسافات بعيدة وتغطي مساحات شاسعة. طريقة اقتصادية لمكافحة الآفات، أنت ما تستخدم أي مبيد، تحط الحشرة والحشرة تتكاثر سبحان الله وتعطي نتائج ممتازة، لا ضرر منها على الإنسان وحيوان البيئة. وطبعا يوجد هنا أكثر 256 عدو حي الحشائش والحشائش، ولكن المشكلة أنه الناس تخوف منها، يخافون منها أنها تنتقل إلى محاصيل أخرى. طبعا يكون كمفهوم خاطئ أنه احتمال تنتقل إلى محاصيل، لكن احنا إن شاء الله بنذكر مثل الآن قريب. عندنا طبعا مركز وقاء، عندنا مركز جديد حقيقه ولا حد يعرفه، قليل اللي يعرفونه، والمركز المكافحه الحيويه وانتاج النحل الطنان. هذا مركز جديد من مبادرات سمو ولي العهد، من افضل المراكز حقيقه، يعني ينتج، يمكن احنا ان شاء الله مخططين على انه ننتج 12 عدو حي ومحلي. وهذا طبعا المركز في عنيزه مركز يعني، وبداوا ينتجون حقيقه، وان شاء الله عام 2024 بيكون ان شاء الله باذن الله يعني باكوره الانتاج ان شاء الله المحليه. طبعا لما تنتج باعداد حيويه باعداد كبيره فان شاء الله لك مستقبل. طبعا هذه الحشرات اللي ينتجها المركز. بالاضافه الى ذلك ان شاء الله عندنا برضه كذلك عندنا اكثار اعداء حيويه عن طريق مكاثره الفطريات اللي هو تراكوديرما وباسيلس ثيروجينسيس، البكتيريا ثيروجينسيس، وعندنا اكثار احد الفطريات الثانيه اللي هو نسيت اسمه لكنه ان شاء الله موجود اسمه. طبعا لما ندخل في الموضوع المهم جدا حقيقه، مكافحه نبات البلس في جيزان. طبعا نبات البلس هذا منتشر انتشار كبير حقيقه في منطقه جيزان، ويعتبر من النباتات الخطيره. اول ما جاء شكاوي كانت عام 2006 طبعا جت الشكاوي كثيره من الناس. انتشر هذا طبعا منطقة جازان، وهذه منطقة الحدودية مع اليمن، بس فقط منتشر في جازان فقط، ما انتشر يعني في محلات ثانية، ولكن الناس هناك يعني انتشر في كل مكان. طبعا هو نبات صبار اسمه بونتيا ستريكتا دينيلي، نبات غير غازي ضار، له ظهور في منطقة جازان في عام 2006. طبعا هو يشبه طبعا من النباتات الصباريه، هو يشبه النبات اللي هو الصبار الاقتصادي اللي هو البرشومي، ولكنه شوكه كبير ولا حد يستفيد من ثماره، ثماره صراحه صعبه مره. طبعا النبات يحمل اوراق طولها تقريبا 40 سم، عرضها 20، عده ثمار، لون الازهار اصفر، لون الثمار احمر وحادقه، يعني ما تؤكل، يعني قليل ياكلها. هذه البذور وسائل التكاثر عن طريق البذور وعن طريق الاشواك 7 سم تقريبا. لما تجي حتى الحيوانات، كثير من الحيوانات عيونها تخطفت، يعني فقعت عيونها من الاشواك هذه، وقد يعني تلتصق في شفاه الاغنام. طبعا يعتبر التين شوكي، طبعا هو يعتبر من بين 100 نبات، 100 نوع غازي، من اخطر 100 نبات او اسوأ في العالم. تم طبعا حاولنا نكافحه بكيميائيا في البدايه، اول ما جت المشكله قلنا توقعنا انه يكون عندنا المبيدات انها مناسبه، طبعا صعب المكافحه كيميائيه. استخدمنا البلدوزر برضه ما استفدنا منه حقيقه، كانت النتائج لما تشيله بالبلدوزر ينبت في كل مكان، جزء بسيط منه يمكن ينبت ثاني مره. طبعا عندنا طبعا التسلسل التاريخي في اداره، عندنا كان في اداره الموارد قبل المراكز، طبعا الكلام هذا قبل المراكز وقبل. عندنا اداره الموارد الطبيعيه بوزاره سوت دراسه، تعاونوا مع الفاو، مع منظمه الفاو مع المنظمه العربيه للبحث. اول شيء عرفوا النبات انه ستريكتا، وفي حشره معروفه في جنوب في افريقيا، في جنوب افريقيا اسمها برضه داكتيلوبس اوبونتيا ستريكتا دينيلي، نفسها هذه الحشره فقط تصيب النبات هذا فقط. يعني لما ما تحصل النبات هذا تنتهي الحشره، تنتهي الحشره، يعني الحشره مخصصه للنبات، حتى اسمها نفس اسم سميت بالنسبه. طبعا استخدم هذا الحشره استخدمت في استراليا عام 1930 وعطت نتائج ممتازه، وانتقلت بعد ذلك لبعض الدول وخاصه يعني جنوب افريقيا وعطت نتائج ممتازه. طبعا هذه تسلسل، سووا زياره الزملاء انها في انك تحصل حشره وتجيبها بدون دراسه، هذه صعبه مره. طبعا فيها بروتوكول وفي معايير دوليه، احنا نطبق المعايير الدوليه علشان نجيب الحشرات، لازم كل حشره يكون معها شهاده وثقه انها تكون يعني انها يعني فعلا الحشره، لان في 10 انواع من الحشرات متشابهه هذه 10. الكوشنيل او يسمونها القرمزيه لها 10 انواع، واحد منها هذا ستريكتا، ولكن يمكن تجيب غلط تجيب واحد ثاني مشكله، لذلك جبناها حسب الاصول العالميه. طبعا هذه كلها نفس تقريبا. لما جبنا الحشره حقيقه زملاء خافوا انه يعني انها تنتقل لمحلات ثانيه، سوينا دراسات الحشره هل تنتقل المحاصيل الاخرى اللي في منطقه، احنا بنعامل طبعا منطقه جازان، جبنا اشجار القهوه والبابايا وكله، وجبنا النباتات الموجوده في جازان وحطيناها في الرياض في مركز ابحاث في جامعه الملك سعود، تعاوننا معهم ونشوف هل الحشره تنتقل للنباتات ولا لا. حتى جبنا صباريات من الطائف، قلنا خلينا نشوف ينتقل الصبار اسطواني ولا لا. طبعا الحمد لله كانت النتائج يعني ممتازه، لم تنتقل الحشره لاي نبات اخر فقط، حتى وجدناها انتقلت الى البرشومي ولكنها لم تكمل دوره الحياه. طبعا هذه الحشره قرمزيه مشابهه للبق الدقيقي تقريبا، معلش الصوره شكلها مي واضحه. طبعا في عام 34 عرضت النتائج، في عام 35 اطلق العدو الحيوي في جازان بواسطه وكيل وكلاء الوزاره. في عام 36 حقيقه لما نجحنا في مكافحتها نشرناها نشر حقيقه في جميع المناطق، في جميع مناطق جازان والمناطق الموجوده فيها. طبعا الناس هناك هم اللي حتى المزارع السكان المحليين هم اللي صاروا ينشرون العدو الحيوي، استانسوا، لان والله حتى كانت في الشوارع فوق البيوت، بعض البيوت فوقها الحشره الحشيش يعني النبته هذه، وكانت في المزارع وفي الجبال وفي الاوديه، وكانوا شكاوي كثيره والله. لكن الحمد لله يعني خلال فتره بسيطه ان شاء الله نوريكم النتائج. طبعا الحشره انتشرت انتشار كبير، هذه صور الحشره وهذه صور المكافحه. شوف كيف النباتات بعد المكافحه يعني اعطت نتائج ممتازه. شوف ترى كل اللون الاخضر هذا طبيعي، لكن اللي جنبه الناشف هذا عباره عن نباتات جفت نتيجه تغذيه الحشره على النبات هذا فقط. طبعا هذه كانت مقبره يا اخوان، وكان صعب انك تدخلها، لكن سبحان الله. وهذه الصور اخرى برضه، وهذه الصور اخرى للنبات بعد المكافحه. نتائج الحمد لله كانت ممتازة جدا يعني. هذه صور أخرى برضه، شوف كيف النبات لما جت الحشرة يعني قضت عليها. هذه برضه طبعا عادة الحياة الطبيعية بدأت ترجع النباتات المحلية ثاني مرة ترجع إلى الطبيعة. طبعا الأغنام، في حشرة بنت عمها الحشرة هذه اسمها داكتيلوبس أوبونتيا كوكس. الكوكس هذه يستخدمون منها البودرة، يربوا الحشرة على نفس النبات، على النبات الاقتصادي، على الصبار الانديكا يربوه. لما يربونه يجمعون الحشرة ويدقونها. طبعا الميك اب حق الحريم وحق محل ادوات التجميل كلها من هذه، ترى الحشرات يعني تعتبر الاصلي منه. الكيلو حقه فوق 3000 ريال يعني ما هو رخيص يعني. يحطوا حتى الاكل بعض الالوان الاكل يحطون من نفس اللون هذا. هذه حشرة تربى على نفس النبات. طبعا في شركات يعني مو شغل يعني عشوائي. شركات هذه في المكسيك يعني عندهم شغل مو بسيط حقيقة في هذا، بزنس مو بسيط. طبعا احنا نشرنا الموضوع هذا في الISBC اللي هو المؤتمر العالمي لمكافحة الحشائش في سويسرا عام 2018. هذا الخبير حقنا الدكتور زمرمان هلمث من جنوب افريقيا اللي كان معنا في هذا اللقاء. شوف كيف النباتات كانها صارت كداليف. طبعا ختاما، طبعا الحمد لله تم تحقيق الاهداف المرجوه بفضل الله باستخدام هذا العدو الحيوي داكتيلوبس أوبونتيا ستريكتا، والتي من اهمها وصلت نسبه التخلص من هذا النبات الغازي الضار في وادي ضمد الى اكثر من 97%. انا اتوقع انه حتى يمكن وصلنا 99%. نادر تشوف النباتات الحين حقيقه، بس نخليها كذا. بينما وصلت النسبه الى منطقه هروب العندابي وجبل فيفا وديتها الى 90%. اعاده التنوع الحيوي في المناطق معالجه. استعاده النشاط الزراعي والرعوي الى وضعه الطبيعي. يعني الحمد لله يعني كل شيء تمام. تروح حتى الان ما عاد تشوف، نادر تشوف النبات خلاص انتهى بالارض يعني. لم يتم التعامل بالمكافحه الميكانيكيه او بالمبيدات الكيميائيه، ما جعل استخدام هذه الطريقه امنه وفعاله وحفاظا على البيئه وعلى التنوع الحيوي. تم توفير جهود جباره باستخدام هذا العدو الحيوي سواء ماليه او بشريه، خصوصا ان المناطق المستهدفه تقع على مساحات كبيره ذات تضاريس وعره ومتكونه من جبال شاهقه واوديه سحيقه يصعب الوصول اليها. استخدام العدو الحيوي في مكافحه هذا النبات الغازي في المملكه العربيه اثرى تجربه وزاره البيئه والمياه والزراعه، وجعلها من الدول التي استخدمت هذه الطريقه في المكافحه كاول دوله في منطقه الشرق الاوسط تطبق هذه التجربه الناجحه، مما اكسبها خبرات عمليه وعلميه، ونتمنى من الله ان تكون بدايه اعمال اخرى ناجحه. طبعا احنا الحمد لله عندنا تعاون مع منظمه كاب، مع المركز الدولي للزراعه والعلوم البيولوجيه كابي للبحث عن حلول اخرى. وجدنا بالنسبه بروسوبس اللي هو اخطر شيء حقيقه عندنا في المنطقه الجنوبيه الغربيه، يوجد عدوين حيويين لها، واحد احد الاعداء الحيوي ياكل الاوراق، والثاني ياكل البذور، يضرب اللي هو البذور قبل ان تسقط الارض. يعني هذه تاكل الحشره، تاكل علب هذا البذور، تاكله قبل تسقط الارض. اوكي، شكرا لكم.
Thank you, Engineer Jamil from WACA. And now I will call our another delegates from the WACA, Engineer Muhammad Al-Sameh.
السلام عليكم، مساكم الله بالخير. أعرف بنفسي محمد العصيمي، ماجستير علوم زراعية، عملت في شركة نادك كمدير تنفيذي للعمليات الزراعية ل 17 سنة تقريبا، وانضممنا لمركز وقاء خلال يعني سنة من الآن في نظام المكافحة الحيوية الIBM. دور الإدارة المتكاملة للآفات الزراعية في إعادة توازن الإحيائي والحفاظ على الاستدامة البيئية. بلا شك أن العالم يواجه حاجة في تأمين الغذاء والتحديات الخاصة بالنسبة للمجتمعات فالزيادة المضطردة في تعداد السكاني والزيادة في استهلاك الغذاء والتوسع في الإنتاج الصناعي أصبح هناك متطلب للتركيز على الزراعة المستدامة التي من أهمها اللي هي توفير الغذاء والحفاظ على البيئة ومراعاة الجانب البيئي. فمن أهم الأمور التي تحقق الاستدامة في الزراعة اللي هي تحقيق مردود اقتصادي للمزارعين، ابتكار نظم اجتماعية جديدة، والبعد البيئي. طبعا تحقيق الاستمرار الزراعي لابد أن يكون هناك في عائد للمزارع بحيث أنه يكون مستمر في العطاء والمشاريع التنموية الجديدة لتطوير وتدريب المزارعين وإيجاد مشاريع ذات إنتاجية عالية تحافظ على البيئة أيضا من مقومات الزراعة المستدامة، في حين أن الزراعة المستدامة تحافظ على البيئة بشكل كبير. وفقا لبرنامج الأمم المتحدة للبيئة، فإن التعريف العلمي للزراعة المستدامة هي الزراعة التي تلبي احتياجات الأجيال الحالية والمقبلة مع ضمان تحقيق الربحية والصحة البيئية والإنصاف والعدالة المجتمعية، بحيث تعطي أولوية لاستخدام التقنيات الحديثة في عملية الزراعة مما يجعلها زراعة مستدامة. لكي نلبي هذا نحقق الاستدامة الزراعية أن تكون هناك بيئة صحية خالية من الملوثات، ربحية اقتصادية، وعدالة اجتماعية في عدم استنزاف الموارد البيئية والمائية، سواء في تلوث التربة أو تلوث مصادر البيئة أو تلوث المياه من خلال استخدام ممارسات زراعية تحقق هذه الأهداف الثلاث. لكي نحقق خطوات اللي هي الزراعة المستدامة اللي هو التنوع البيئي والحفاظ على الأنواع البيئية باستخدام الوسائل البيولوجية للمكافحة، الحفاظ على جودة الأرض من خلال عمليات التسميد العضوي ومن خلال تطبيق الدورة الزراعية، حسن إدارة مصادر المياه باتباع أساليب حديثة لاستهلاك المياه، تخطيط وابتكار النظم المجتمعات الريفية جديدة وتنميتها صحية واجتماعيا، رفع كمية وجودة الإنتاج باستخدام السلالات المحسنة أو باستخدام الكفاءة العالية لإنتاج وحدة المساحة، حسن استغلال الأراضي بحيث يتم استغلال الأراضي ذات الجودة العالية والخصوبة التربة الجيدة، كفاءة الترشيد استهلاك الطاقة من خلال المشاريع الحديثة والزراعة الأفقية، ومراعاة الطاقة المتجددة، مراعاة التغيرات المناخية من خلال أيضا استخدام الوسائل التي لا تساعد في انبعاثات الغازات اللي هي الطاقة المتجددة مثل السولار ومثل الطاقة الشمسية. من خلال هذا مركز وقاء تعتبر الإدارة المتكاملة للآفات كأحد عناصر الاستدامة، وهي استخدام الوسائل مجتمعة بحيث نقلل من استخدام المبيدات بعمليات زراعية صديقة للبيئة. طبعا هناك تسلسل تاريخي للإدارة المتكاملة للآفات من 2500 قبل الميلاد، استعمال الكبريت والوصف الأول لتغيير موعد الزراعة لتجنب الآفات، وصولا إلى استخدام الكبريت ونقل النمل المفترس من أجل في استخدامه كمفترسات، زراعة في خطوط. جميع هذا التسلسل التاريخي يعتبر تسلسل للإدارة المتكاملة للآفات. أيضا نتابع تسلسل وهو صدور أول كتب ونشرات في عام 1800 وصولا إلى 2002 تطوير المعايير العضوية من قبل وزارة الزراعة الأمريكية للزراعة للإدارة المتكاملة للآفات. مفهوم الإدارة المتكاملة للآفات هي إدارة الآفات الزراعية هو عبارة عن علم قائم بذاته يبحث بأسلوب متكامل مشاكل الزراعة المختلفة بحيث يجمع وينسق بين كل التقنيات ابتداء بالعمليات الزراعية وانتهاء باستخدام مبيدات بشكل جزئي أو كلي في حالة استدعت الضرورة. لكن الأهمية الأولى أنه يستخدم العمليات الزراعية الميكانيكية والمكافحة الحيوية والمستخلصات النباتية قبل إجراء العمليات اللي هو المكافحة الكيميائية. طبعا لكي نطبق هذا الإدارة المتكاملة لابد أن يكون هناك بعض المعطيات التي يجب الإلمام بها، مثل الإلمام بفوائد مكونات الإدارة المتكاملة، الإلمام بمعرفة الحد الحرج وما هو المقصود به، الإلمام بنوع المكافحة التي تستخدم في الإدارة المتكاملة لكي نحقق هذا الهدف من الإدارة المتكاملة. لمحة تاريخية عن برامج الصحة النباتية بمركز وقاء حول الإدارة المتكاملة. اهتمت الوزارة منذ 1995 إلى يومنا هذا في عملية تطوير الإدارة المتكاملة للآفات من خلال عدة برامج، والآن مستمر البرامج إلى الآن. آخر برنامج اللي هو بدأ برنامج الإدارة المتكاملة للآفات الزراعية والاقتصادية، وهو الآن مستمر إن شاء الله يكون معمم على جميع مراكز المملكة لنشر الوعي في تجنب استخدام المبيدات والتقليل من أثرها على البيئة وعلى الإنسان. استخدام المكافحة الميكانيكية عد أحد الآفات في التربة والأجزاء النباتية مما يقل استخدام المبيدات. استخدام العدالة الحيوية أيضا من العوامل التي تقلل استخدام المبيدات، واستخدام المكافحة الحيوية. استخدام الأسمدة العضوية أيضا يعزز التواجد الإيجابي للميكروبات في التربة والتنافسية الطبيعية. أهداف برامج الإدارة المتكاملة للآفات: هناك 5 أهداف: تقليل الضرر الاقتصادية بسبب الأمراض والآفات، تعزيز التوازن البيئي ورفع كمية تواجد الأعداء الحيوية، عدم دعم تدريب الكوادر الوطنية، تقليل وترشيد استخدام المبيدات، تعزيز وتطوير مفهوم الزراعة المستدامة. يعطيكم العافية.
Thank you, Engineer Muhammad. Now I will call the last speaker of this session from Saudi Aramco, Mr. Javed Hawi. Welcome.
How does it work, please? Okay, in the meantime, I'd like to thank KF UPM and the organizer for giving us this opportunity, and for all those who stayed until this time to listen to this presentation. So I promise I'll make it sweet and short and just to the point. Right, my presentation will be about the biodiversity protection areas program in Saudi Aramco. We're gonna go through the background, and we'll go through some governance and shed some light on the management of this program. And we're gonna share some actual areas, and at the end maybe build some corridors and bridges. I can see Dr. Stewart already hinted to that in his presentation, so I think we're going to get some fruits from this presentation, inshallah.
Okay, so again, my name is Ziad Hawi from Saudi Aramco Biodiversity. And just to... Okay. Left and right. Oh, okay, all right. Okay, so just to expedite a little bit about the background. The biodiversity entity in Saudi Aramco is new, although we have been working on biodiversity for about 10 years, but these were like various work streams under the land use unit at that time. Recently, the department called Green Energy and Environmental Policy Department was conceived, and this is where the Environmental Biodiversity Division started working as an organization. We do biodiversity protection areas, and we have a KPI called the Net Positive Impact KPI, and they are interrelated. So why do we need to care about biodiversity and have a program? Of course, just like my colleagues said before me, the kingdom is full of gems. It's not only the desert, there's much more. Even in the desert, there's a lot to protect and conserve. Just as an example, okay, we all know we have more than 500 species of birds, 78 species of mammals. There's a lot in the sea, as we all know, and there's plenty of trees and vegetation to protect here. I'm gonna skip this one just for the sake of time and jump to the governance of our biodiversity protection area. In order to make it robust and ensure the perpetuity of this program, like my colleagues before me mentioned, we have sealed this program into a policy. So there's a corporate policy that says that the company needs to ensure that protection of biodiversity and ecosystems remains at the core of its operations. And also, the company needs to strive to achieve a net positive impact on biodiversity across its operations. The responsibility, the environmental protection that I started with is in charge of maintaining this program. And we have worked to institutionalize the biodiversity program by having the hierarchical mitigation approach at the core of each and every capital project. All right. Let's talk about the program. The objectives of the program is to ensure positive outcome for biodiversity across our projects, and also to support the net positive impact KPI. What is the relationship between these two? We'll see in a while, okay? So the KPI, in a nutshell, it is the ratio of biodiversity protection area divided by the total company footprint. So to balance the land that we use for our projects and wherever we exist, we balance them by protecting the same amount, and we are looking to exceed 1, which is a positive and a net positive impact, by 2030. Now, is this the best way? Probably some of you are asking. Not yet, but we're working on making a smarter KPI. That can be discussed at the end, right? So biodiversity protected area for us, it means an area that has habitat diversity, species diversity, and they are naturally occurring. So we're not talking about eco parks or plantations that are not really adapted to the area. We are talking about protecting nature, the nature in this area. A quick glance on the designation process. It starts by identifying potential BPAs. That could be by ourselves or by the facility owners, or it could be by working with non-Aramco areas as well. We start, that's the classic way, conducting comprehensive surveys and developing biodiversity action plans in order to make sure that these areas are maintain and deliver what they are supposed to maintain. And once this is sealed, we designate by official signatures. This is an official process in order to maintain the areas and lock them to be used as biodiversity protection areas only. Let's see some examples about our areas. This map shows 14 BPAs. We have now 14 BPAs covering more than 1,000 square kilometer. Today, before I came, this number jumped to a much bigger number, so we are now in the 1,600 something because we just expanded Sheba, our Sheba Wildlife Sanctuary, and this 1,000 now has become 1,700 something, which is a great achievement for the company. Sheba, speaking of Sheba, the previous area was 637. We were working on expanding it, and we did today. It was finalized. It has a visitor center. It is home to all these species that you're seeing. We have 10 desert-adapted plant species, 13 reptiles, 18 mammals, and migratory birds. And many of them are regionally endemic. Okay, it has a visitor center and a nursery area to support the operation. Abha, which is located in the Asir Mountains, an international hotspot. It has an area of 31 square kilometer. It has significant biodiversity. I'm sure many of us are aware of this area. And it has 37 plant species, 6 reptiles, 18 mammals, 61 bird species. Many of them are of high conservation priority. We also have marine areas. We're talking about Rahima Mangrove Eco Park, which is 64 kilometers square. It has an education center, a research lab, and mangrove plantations. If you see there, and would like everybody to go there, we see juveniles, you see ospreys, flamingos, and of course, it's a place where shrimps and fish reproduce. Abu Ali Island is on Birds Live list. It's an international place for birds, migratory and resident, has an area of 105, and it has 32 native plant species, 2 reptiles, 6 mammals, and as I said, migratory birds and butterflies. Future perspective, this is probably where we want to build bridges and corridors. We are looking to expand our BPA portfolio as we speak now. There are efforts to identify other areas that are under the company jurisdiction. And we're looking to develop BPA collaboration programs with external stakeholders. And we're looking to apply research on these BPAs, whether with Aramco or within Aramco or with our research partners. We are already in close collaboration with KFUPM, and would like to leverage technology as well and deploy technology in Saudi Aramco BPAs. With this, I come to the conclusion. I hope it was quick enough, and thank you all for your attention.
Well, we come to the end of the session, and as I was started talking about the diversity and the physiography of the Saudi Arabia, it started from Jabal Luz to the Rabal Khali, and in this session, from various our speakers, we came to know about the various aspects, starting from Engineer Arif about the water resources and the government initiative. We came to know about from Dr. Stewart and Dr. Zafrul Islam about various aspects that National Center for Wildlife and the Aramco jointly, they are doing, and also the Alola and various part of the terrestrial different centers. They are concerned about the protecting area, and also from our colleagues from WACA, we came to know about various their works, and last we end up with a various like mesmerizing landscape of Rabal al Khali, that Sheba protected area. Well, this is the takeaway message we can take. This is life for everyone, and the planet for the life. So the terrestrial, in short, I can say life in the land, so we have to care for it. And it's an initiative from various local body and organizations, and also the collaboration with the awareness with the local people. So lastly, I will hand over the floor to Dr. Luai Alims. Thank you.
Just would like to announce for theme number 2, who is the winner in the presentation or poster presentation. So the title, Exploring New Ketone-Base Derivatives as a Corrosion Inhibitors in Acidic Environment, a Comprehensive Study, presented by Rinad Al-Yami from Imam Abdul Rahman in Faisal University. So where is Rinad? Again, this is the gift. Can you please show the gift?